Good evening, everybody. I need a minute to see whether or not the transcodes are up. Normally, I need to try more than once, but this also gives a chance for Planetfall to get going. And assuming everything's working properly, I'll be able to. Well, that's very interesting. It's not showing me live. Assuming everything is working the way... Oh, I got a very nice message from No Virtue. I don't think she'll be watching tonight, but if you are, thank you for your message. I just saw it. Anyways, yeah. Looks like... Oh, hey, we've got transcodes. Awesome. Okay, first time's the charm this time. So, game's going to be loading. I am very slowly going to be converting my library of streaming stuff to the solid state drive. The fact of the matter is, though, is I have a lot of stuff on that drive that is very important and is very hard to move. And so it's entirely possible that I will be finishing the playthroughs of certain games before I can realistically get those moves done. I'm just generally trying to put fewer games on my hard drives, and the ones that I am streaming are going to be getting priority where it used to be certain things. So like Battlefield 5 is on my solid state. I really like Battlefield 5, but it's been a very long time since I've streamed that. Same with Grand Theft Auto 5. I'd apparently, if it's the fifth version of a game. Hey, Midori Musha, how you doing? It's taking a while to load here, but I think that's just because... Well, one, it's been a little while since I played Age of Wonders Planetfall. I think about a week or so. And then, as I was saying, I currently have it on the hard drive, and I'm going to make an effort to slowly start migrating games from one to the other. But that's going to be a very slow process. Hey, Uncle Cranky, great to see you again. Because I'm back to regular work, I don't get a chance to stay to the bitter end of your streams as usual, but I've actually really been enjoying watching you. Play Knights of the Old Republic. Yeah, I've been really enjoying watching you play that game with that that name I can't remember. That sounds as sincere as possible. Anyways, I believe I have quality options. If somebody could verify that for me in chat, that would be wonderful, because it's really more reliant on what you guys can see rather than what I can see. I am just starting Age of Wonders Planetfall, or Sim of Wonders Planet Sim, as the cranky man calls it. Obviously, we didn't just get Age of Wonders Planetfall, but we got the Revelations DLC directly from Paradox or Triumph. So oh, hello. I think I used the Gmail for this. Oh yeah, shout out to whoever was trying to log into my Steam account. I've already had my EA account compromised. Oh, did you finish it? That's really odd. Normally it automatically logs me in. Oh, actually, you know what? Sorry, guys. I'm gonna exit out for a second. I think I might know what caused that, because I was having a little bit of attitude from the launcher. Wow, I have 100 hours in this game. I didn't realize that we crossed the 100-hour mark. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like it's taking a minute to log in the launcher. So I'm just going to take a quick minute here to say, yep. It's all good to go. You finished it, so you get to really enjoy Knights of the Old Republic 2 with the super mature name that you'll give the character. All right, the game is load. Yeah, there we go. You guys can see it. As you can see, second time is quite a bit faster. So I suspect that there was. Well, I'm not 100% sure how this stuff works, actually, but it definitely feels like if it's been a while since I played a game, the first load is always a bit slower, and then subsequent ones go a bit faster. Anyways, I did want to take a minute. I'm already 5 minutes into my usual preamble, so again, I was given a key for promotional purposes. which I'm very happy for, but it's pretty clear that if I've put 100 hours into a game, it's not just because I was given a key, it's because I really like it. And of course, the Season Pass, I think the Season Pass was on a small discount during the Paradox sale recently, I believe. But the second of the 3 DLC that will be coming out with the Season Pass will be coming reasonably soon. It's called Invasions. Let me see if I can find out when that's going to be released. Age of Wonders, Planetfall, Invasions. Holy crap, May 26th. This so next week Invasions comes out. That's exciting. All right, where are we at now? So again, I wanted to try and give some lead-in, but all of my loading and whatnot seem to get that taken care of. So for this particular campaign, we've actually I found something that really works for me with the Amazon. I am looking forward to that then, Cranky. I will obviously say very nice things about you, but that will come once there's a little bit more activity in chat, because I figure I love the people who come in early. It gives me something to sort of react to and talk to, but I also think that these are the people who are most likely to already be following you. So I don't want it to just be a rote thing that I do for people. I do want to actually give people a chance to see new stuff. So, one of the things that's been really working for me on this Amazon playthrough has been how the Amazon will basically eat the sort of the biological enemies that they fed. Well, the like the like marauders and whatnot. And so the approach that I was trying with the Devar that caused me a lot of problems last time actually works very well for the Amazon. Because my cities wind up growing very rapidly, which means I can start sort of feeding the other ones with their food stores and whatnot. One big problem I do have with the approach overall is that once I hit sort of maximum on one of my sectors, there's a lot less room for growth. So, for instance, it's going to be taking a while before I probably see this industry, and presumably I could see even greater growth with more people generating food here. But so far it seems to have been working out for me. And so in this case, it seems like that was a decent strategy, and it was just the wrong group that I'd applied it with. We also, I think we're getting close to the end of the well, not this campaign. We're getting close to the end of this particular entry in the Amazon campaign. I've definitely kind of stopped and smelled the roses a little bit as far as the different activities are concerned, and militarily I'm relatively weak. But we do know that our enemy is up here, and I think we're at the point now where the game wants me to take him out. Yeah, I do want to clear the Xenoplague Labs just because this is, I think this is an interesting, like side quest to go down. But again, I'm not going to be 3 of 3 on the mic capability, but I think we'll overcome that reasonably quickly. Okay, so overall, Goifendel, which sector? So we're looking at the Runic Wilderness. Arcadian Forest Sector Base. So this is interesting. There's actually no major argument for one tech over another. I know we're going to be doing food here. So if memory serves, we took the Court of the Prodigious, we took this sector, we'll take this sector because it's the only one that connects to the Xenoevolution Labs, and the Xenoevolution Labs are sort of the one that I really wanted to get. So I think I am most inclined towards making this science focused. A sector dedicated to producing research allows us to unlock new technologies more quickly. Yep. And then... Interesting. I wonder if that is... Alright, I gotta claim that. Yeah, it unlocks the following building, the Imperial Training Center. Okay, so this will be good for more training. I would have liked to have put some more technological improvements, but I can work with what we've got here. So the question would be, do I want military or society? I think in this case I'm going to go down military because those have the most immediate applications. And I'm also, obviously I'm changing around the... Wait a minute, what am I doing? Imperial Training Center. I don't even know why I thought I could do otherwise. And then obviously because I'll be building higher quality units, I'm going to make sure that I have the... I'm going to prioritize the buildings that allow me to build a greater variety of units. Okay, that one's taken care of. Russ Laughin. How you doing, Ed Baber? So, we've got the Wild Bulwark. In this case, we already know what's available. I think it was the Master's Wilderness. We technically don't have... There's no real priorities that we have as far as these sectors are concerned, so I think I'm just gonna plug in some science. As is our way, we'll shuffle around the priorities a little bit. And again, I will build more facilities, but it's a lower priority on this. This was really just so that I can fill in the gaps, and then eventually we'll turn it into something that becomes a little more productive for my my people. One major benefit that I could be getting would be to clear out this Cosmite sector and then this Cosmite sector as well. So that would be about 10 a turn, which is almost doubling my production. But obviously that's going to involve a bit of a walk. Okay, now I'm a little curious why I didn't just immediately go and beat the crap out of these guys, seeing as I did just claim the territory. So as long as I don't lose anything. Oh. By the way, funny story about how I started this today. I've been thinking a little bit about some variety in what I'm covering. Not because I didn't want to do Planetfall, but I was just I was trying to think about some alternative things that I might be able to to try to keep people happy. And I kind of havered about it for such a long time, and then eventually just settled on this. I really like this game. I feel a little bad that it's taken me so long to get through the main campaign, but the more that I think about that, the less bothered I am by the fact. And I think my main reasoning behind that is that it's from a content creation point of view, obviously there are big rewards to... So this is prime area for the goop. I wasn't really thinking when I did that. There's definitely a benefit to doing like lots of games as quickly as possible. But one thing that's really big for me about Age of Wonders is how enjoyable I found, like, just kind of taking my time and running around in it. Definitely I'm learning the more effort that I put into sort of like building up this, this very sort of pacifist structure I tend to notice that I do a bit worse, and I think that's just because this game is a little more military focused. So I've had to learn some of the lessons along those lines. Here, yeah, not a chance. But yeah, I've been feeling with this game more than most that each time I come back to it, there's another sort of set of experiences for me to run into. This will be great. So this unit's going to get pounced on, but I mean they're relatively strong, so I think I can live with the consequence. So at this point, this is really just about getting whatever chip damage I can in, although if they have more than one type of unit, let's see if we can get a cheeky little scan in. Okay, I can basically scan anything. Both for safety and also for numbers. So my main idea in terms of what I wanted to scan would be either the Mega Beetle Baby or the Hopperhound Blade Maw. The Hopperhound Eviscerator is the top tier unit, but there's only one of them. And so the total amount of damage that I'm going to be doing will be increased if I go for something that has more than one unit. Now I did give up a little bit of damage by letting this unit do the blinding arrow, but my hope here is that this is going to be mitigating some of the damage that I would otherwise be experiencing from these units. And because this one is flying, I don't believe they should be able to be targeted by an area of effect. Alright, well, we know what we're going to do with the big guy. Ideally, he will munch on a bad guy. I think everybody at this point, we're just going to run them up. If we can give them an attractive enough target to come after our people, that's great. But I'm not going to... I'm not really going to be forcing the issue because this is the weaker group overall. Procrastination squad, rise up. Not right now, though. I have a very weird set of procrastination habits. In some ways, I really push hard on certain tasks. And yet, I've noticed recently, like, some of the easiest stuff for me to do has actually become, like, this nightmare of trying to actually get the job done. So this is a little bit of a risky move that I've done here. It's nice to get the extra damage against the Blade Maw, but this is a relatively weak unit. What I'm hoping is if they do decide to pounce, this gives the Vorderon something to eat. But yeah, so this is the funny thing. Like, when it comes to hard tasks, I seem to be reasonably disciplined about it. But when it comes down to, like, just doing every day... Like, even something like the dishes, like, it just winds up being this thing that I put off forever because I don't even know why. Oh. I wasn't expecting that. Alright, so I need to kind of take care of the safety of some of my units. So first priority is going to be to heal up. Next up, let's see... Okay, I can't really finish the job on either one. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pile on the little guy here first. One of the priorities here is going to be making sure that this unit gets freed up. Well, that's a shame. Okay, I'll soften up both then. All right. That's unexpected. You have failed your brothers. All right. This is definitely not how I wanted to be using these units.
Enemy annihilated.
Let's pile on this guy because these units should be able to come into play. Let's actually get that out of the way right now. Nope, the Vorderon is still lumbering towards his target, but we should be able to at least get a flank in with my Lancer. Yep.
Enemy destroyed.
Nice. So again, I did not want to have this unit come in melee because these things blow up when they die. The big problem is, what am I going to do about this guy? That's a question we're going to answer right now. Well, you know what? Let's not stand on ceremony. Let's just focus him down. Well, at least as much as I can. It looks like I don't have as many units in the area as I thought I might. If I Dark Vine... Yeah, let's... So that's limiting their movement. This gives us a chance to... Okay, good. So that's killed their ability to overwatch. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to sort of finish the job, but what I have bought is a little bit of tempo. So these guys are only going to be able to... Sorry, these guys are only going to be able to spit stuff at my enemies. These guys are currently locked into melee with a strong melee unit. And so we're basically going to be dictating the terms of the next couple of fights. Not quite far enough to get that done. Oh, that's right. I've got a whole bunch of things my units can do. In this case, I might as well just run them up as far as possible, but I don't actually see them getting a lot of play in this. You literally said to yourself today, okay, I need to read up on Pathfinder tonight. Oh, sweet, Chalky's on. Bless your heart, Uncle Cranky, but obviously if Age of Wonders isn't your cup of tea, I think, you know, Pathfinder is definitely something that brings you a lot of joy, so I'm not going to feel hard done by if you need to go work on that. Adora Nusha says, by the way, I don't think I thank you for showing you how to make a Cultist Simulator faction on Stellaris, so cheers for that. No, not a problem at all. That is actually, I'll admit, I did that when Megacorps first came out. Oh, that was unexpected. Oh no, that's my guy. Oh no, hang on, that's the enemy unit. I'm not 100% sure what happened there. Anyways, we'll still be able to wrap this up. No.
Enemy annihilated.
But yeah, so I was kind of recycling some material there, but that was, you know, that was a lot of fun. Like when I saw what had come out in Megacorps, I was very like. I was like, oh, I wonder what religious... basically, the first thought I had was, I wonder what religious... like Megacorps look, or spiritualist Megacorps look like. Like, I would assume a megachurch, and you absolutely can do that. And then I thought, well, what happens if you make them criminal? And then, sure enough, you can make a subversive cult. And then I was like, oh, interesting. And then I'm like, well, because I've frequently talked about how... You know, Stellaris lets you basically do everything. Like, the subtitle for Stellaris should basically be all science fiction. But yeah. So when I sort of once I got down that path, I'm like, well, you know, maybe I should back up that claim. Like, can I can I make a cultist simulator faction? And I definitely learned that you can. So, yeah, that was fun. Like I said, I'm really just recycling old stuff that I did. But this is the nice thing about Twitch. You get new people coming in, so it's fresh if you wait long enough. Uncle Frank says, just reading a bunch of PDFs to prep for tonight's session. You can do that with Chalky in the background. Session's at 7, and it's just after 12 here, so oh, excellent. All right, the remains of this research ship contain intact data pads. Unfortunately, they don't reveal any information about the vessel's mission and crew or the events that led to its crash landing. All right. I seem to remember that these were effectively scout units right now, although if I'm lagging that far on the military rankings, I really should be considering some steps to boost my strength. I think we're just going to cool it for a little bit on our armies. It'd be nice to get a little health back up. All right, my capital, again, always short on things to do. I think infrastructure is the name of the game for the next few turns. So the entangling overgrowth is really for when I have an enemy I want to take out.
Sector annexed.
And
Production ready.
Don't quite yet know enough about the
production ready. Happiness event in colony.
All right. One of the priorities for me right now, I'm not just idling away. So I do really want to see what's going on in the Xenoevolution Labs, and we're close enough to it that shouldn't be a problem. The other big priority for me right now is I would really like the opportunity to sort of get some more infrastructure for the elite units in. And this is really just an opportunity for me to play around a little bit with some of the different techs and learn what priorities I have for the next campaign that I have as an Amazon.
As children of the guiding star, every soul is born with a light to know right from wrong. When selfish choices entice a soul to extinguish their light, they punish themselves, embracing weakness. Eris Harper, Star Virgin.
All right. I think this is because I gained access to more strategic covert ops. Oh yes, I remember why. Because the ability to inflict soul burn on basically everything. Yeah, target enemy army takes 20% damage and suffers soul burn whenever they engage in battle for 1 turn. That's pretty big. Alright, so I could spend 8 turns to get the Tyrannosaurus with laser beams. I could be a little more modest and get the regenerative bioregulator. Yeah, these are the tricky ones, right? Because they do make my weapons stronger. Being able to get the Star Guide would also be kind of nice. The game definitely indicated that these were pretty strong units for me to go up against. So the question is, do I want just the sheer power of the Pteranodon, or do I want to augment my own people? I think I'm going to go for the heavy attack.
You can't forge strong alliances and meaningful friendships before you understand the motives and desires of those you seek to befriend. Polite ignorance is not a diplomatic strategy, and will only be tolerated for the first few encounters. Serira Tan of House Voyan, diplomatic consort.
Yeah, Midori Musha is basically describing the reason why I think role-playing is such a cool idea and why I did very little of it, because I know my interests are sometimes different than that of players, and so I only have so much kind of energy to DM or GM, and because there's always, there's a huge demand for games, but the supply of games is relatively small. So like, you know, everybody wants to play, and only a subset of people wanna GM. And then on top of that, of the people who want to GM, only a subset of people are actually good at it. It's for me at least a bit difficult to find games. Hey, Dr. Frankenbinder, I believe Uncle Cranky is playing Pathfinder, which I haven't played myself, but it's close. Uncle Cranky says, a friend of mine has the best example of that, playing Legend of the Five Rings, basically fantasy samurais. The GM put an NPC that was supposed to teach him humility, etc. My friend met the NPC, got asked to lead a tea ceremony by the NPC, and killed him immediately. It was supposed to be weeks of content, dead in 5 seconds. Okay. Accelerated force deployment will help me move quickly. No, I think I'm going to do covert infiltration. This is just so that I can start doing some dirty tricks on the Kirko. All right, these guys are my new. They're kind of like my fresh new friends. Right, I was moving to get them on the mission. All right. Yeah. I think we're strong enough to mess around a little bit. Alright, so let's deal with the Marauders first. Yeah, didn't lose anyone. And now everybody's in position for... But I don't want to lose anything, so... Hey, Kaylee Cakes! Lovely to see you. I was actually going to... I know I've talked to you about the stream a lot on Discord, and I was debating on stuff to play, and then I had a couple of things that I thought you might enjoy. So I was going to ask you about it, but then I thought, well, no, because then it's going to seem like I'm just, like, trying in sneaky ways to get her to, like, show up to the stream all the time. So I was actually going to DM you and say it's like, hey, here's a couple things that I'm thinking. So as it is, like, the more I thought about it, the more I realized I really wanted to play Planetfall. So yeah. But I'm really happy you stopped by. And sorry if you wanted input as to what game I was going to be playing. Alright, I don't think these guys have AoE attacks, so in this case I'm just going to do as much forward damage as I can. Dr. Frankenvinder, thank you very... Alright, in reverse order, Randori, third of their name, thank you very much for the follow. And Dr. Frankenvinder, thank you very much for crossing over that half-year mark with your subscription. And Kaylee Cakes obviously has some very nice words as well. Just lovely. Love watching you play and listening to your voice. That's incredibly nice of you to say. I am not as... I'm not quite as much of a freak show about... That's weird that the Marauders get the pulse turret. I thought I had that now. Alright, well, that's a bit of a bummer. Again, I'm going for the largest number so I can maximize the damage, although I made a mistake by not activating the scanner ahead of time. I'm not as much of a freak show about it as I used to be, but I actually still have a problem whenever I hear the sound of my voice. So even though people are incredibly complimentary about it, it's one of the things, like, if I forget to turn off certain features and, like, I can hear myself, I get a little stressed out. So it's really nice of you folks to say that, because as odd as it sounds, it is actually my least favorite feature of the stream, even though I know full well that it is actually a major reason why people keep watching. Yes, actually, you'll be pleased to know that under our tech, we went for the Tyrannosaurus Kaylee cake. So there will be more dinosaurs. Hey, Demon Priestess. Yes, I think everybody so it's definitely well known that maybe not nobody, but it's definitely a very common trait for people to have. That they don't like the sound of their own voice, and I don't doubt them for a second. But what is, of course, so odd is that, every bit of evidence I have points to the contrary, right? Like, obviously, we sort of live in a particular kind of with a particular set of social conventions where you generally don't want to say, why, yes, as a matter of fact, I've got an amazing voice. Usually you kind of have to wait for somebody else to say that. But despite all evidence to the contrary, I'm very much in this point where I don't recognize this feature that people compliment. Let me just take a quick second here, because there's actually quite a few of you in at the moment, and I did want to get a few shout-outs out of the way. So we've got Uncle Cranky, who I originally introduced by saying... was playing Knights of the Old Republic, but apparently he finished that, and he's now on to Knights of the Old Republic 2. He is a variety streamer, also retro streamer, based in New Zealand. So one of the reasons why I like shouting him out is because a lot of people tend to come in at the end of my streams, and I'm sorry, I will be back into the game. I just need to type in the shout-out commands here. A lot of people tend to come in at the end of the streams. It's always nice to be able to recommend people who, will probably be playing around the time that I'm not streaming. Clearly, if I recommend people who stream at the same time as me, then it's going to mean a lot less in terms of people actually being able to see them. But then on top of that, we've got the lovely... Kaylee Cakes, who has recently started streaming again. And she's been doing a handful of things. Survival crafting games with The Stranded Deep. I'm going to make sure that I get this one right. It's Dead Side, right? I'm gonna look this up to make sure I get it right. Yes, she's been playing Dead Side, which is actually. So they've done a neat one. I have a lot of really strong opinions about how sort of the apocalypse. Well, first of all, definitely the way we use the term apocalypse, I think, is a little suspect in terms of games. On top of that, it's very interesting to sort of see the way that it tends to get portrayed in a lot of sort of the quote-unquote standard games. One of the reasons, what I'm sort of getting at with this is that if you look at stuff like, say, DayZ, there's sort of this idea of the end of the world or the zombie hordes taking everything over, and it becomes this theme park. It's sort of, with the collapse of civilization, you can finally, cut loose and, do the stuff you really wanted to. And that's not necessarily the only way that you can look at it, but that tends to be sort of what we wind up seeing in a lot of different types of games. I think Metro is actually a really interesting exception to that. But when... No, I would say Deadside probably does this, but I think the one thing that's kind of neat about Deadside is that they decided that they didn't need zombies to be able to enable an environment where the players would be coming to kill each other. They just say... I don't know what exactly their story is, but basically you all hate each other, and you just shoot each other. The end of the world will come because all of those people digging up mummies put that back where you found it. Yeah. But anyways, it's been kind of neat to see. It's kind of neat to see Kaylee Cakes play those types of games, because I definitely am very fussy about the types of ones that I'll play. So I was never really into I never really got into to anything like I think someone gifted H1Z1, and they said, it was like, it's the perfect game for you. And I was really careful to say, I normally don't pick up this sort of stuff. And, I legitimately gave it a try, but like it did nothing I guess it was called Just Survive at the time. It really did nothing for me. So obviously I felt really bad that somebody spent the money on it, but they were quite insistent. So that's quite a bit of damage that I just took there. I think we'll get through it though.
Operations ready.
But yeah, with that in mind, it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate those games or what they're trying to do. It's just when it comes down to individual taste, it's maybe not quite my thing. And so one of the things that I've enjoyed the most about Kaylee Cake's stream is that I'm sort of able to see her not just play those games, play them at a high level, and play them in such a way that she's able to be very clear about why she's doing what she's doing and why she enjoys the game, and maybe some of the more, I don't want to say arcane, but some of the more particular elements about those types of games that maybe I failed to appreciate. Anyways, between that and her baking streams, I've actually been having a lot of fun watching her work her magic. Okay, I'm gonna try something here. I want to get this unit out of the danger zone, but also get the heals down. Yeah, I mean, Uncle Cranky makes a good point. So, like, obviously, it's not that this stuff isn't in the source material. Like, Day of the Dead, or actually any of the George Romero, zombie movies are definitely, very much focused on what those situations say about us, the survivors, rather than. This is going to be interesting. Rather than the monsters. But I think the problem is that I think somewhere along the way people kind of forgot that was a big feature of those types of movies. And so, again, what you wind up getting are sort of, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we got rid of all of the laws? Because obviously you're going to be a big, strong person who will lead this anarchist utopia or whatever. Anyway, sorry. Dr. Frankenvinder's mentioning Darkest Dungeon. That's actually one of the things I was meaning to get back to. I was debating on firing that up today, but Age of Wonders Planetfall is really good. I actually own it, and I have played quite a bit of it. I just have not gotten to the end, Frankenvinder. And I also I have my copy right here. Kaylee says, when you get your countertop installed, you'll get back to baking streams. It has been... I know what you meant, though. Anyway, sorry guys, I got a little sidetracked. Yeah, I mean, where I'm going with that, Uncle Crank, like, so the fact of the matter, like, sometimes it's enough to just say, they're just games, you don't need to make such a big deal about it. And I agree. I think what's just really big for me is that, so like, what are some of the survival crafting games that I've really enjoyed? I've really enjoyed Subnautica, which doesn't have any multiplayer component whatsoever. I've really enjoyed Terraria. Now Terraria does have a multiplayer mode. And I think what's so interesting about that one, though, is that it has a very clearly defined progression system. So whether you choose to go and start, taking out some of the some of the enemies, you're able to. I think I'm gonna bind this. I'm just trying to buy myself a little bit of time with some of these enemies. Oof.
Enemy killed.
I think I'm willing to risk the Overwatch here, because it'll occupy more than one. Sorry, I know I'm getting off topic. Hey, Ryushi. Midori Musha says, if you remember, the reason Romero used zombies was because they were people once and he liked the idea of a monster being us. Yeah, well, I mean, especially if you see, if you watch the original Night of the Living Dead, it's pretty clear, when you say that the monster's us, it's not even just a question in terms of things who used to be people. Like, it is definitely, I would suggest that the whole kind of point of that movie is that it's the survivors are ultimately the reason for their downfall. And then when you do sort of Dawn of the Dead, it has a little bit more of a story to say about consumerism and whatnot. And again, like, not every story needs. Oh yeah, sorry, I was talking about survival crafting games that have worked for me. So like, not every game like that needs to take on grand themes. You know what? I think this guy may not actually be bound. I'll have to see what that gets me. I'm really hoping not to lose units on this. You don't necessarily have to. You don't necessarily have to hit those notes. But what I think really is tricky for me on a lot of these types of games is I feel like this has been a very successful genre because some developers kind of feel that once you get a certain critical mass of players, they're kind of creating the gameplay. And the ones that have been really successful for me are ones that actually kind of give me some pointers in terms of where I should be going. Like, you can, if you want, you can perfectly enjoy Terraria by not doing any of the activities that it puts in front of you. But it's probably a good time if you at least pay lip service to being able to, taking out the Eye of Cthulhu, let's say. I'm just trying to decide whether or not I want to spend any points on healing. You know what? I think I will. So it's a style of game that I enjoy. Like I said, Subnautica really worked for me. I really like Terraria. There's a couple of others in that style that I've enjoyed. But I do tend to find the ones that kind of just keep playing this one note of like, it's our grand social experiment, and look, all of these players are really horrible to each other because that is the true nature of man. It's like, well, not really. I mean, you created the conditions under which people had an incentive to be jerks, and surprise, surprise, people are jerks in your game, and I don't actually find that really enjoyable. And so I'm kind of happy that people like Kaylee Cakes can play those types of games, because then I can live vicariously through her. Yes, it is. I am looking forward to that because I've got my my Origin Access subscription, so I get to play lots of cool stuff. See, the neat thing about that, though, Uncle Cranky, is that be careful. Okay, good. They're not. So this unit's definitely in trouble. I need to take stuff out, but we should be able to heal him up. The thing that's so interesting about that is that, so like a lot of people will look at Lord of the Flies as sort of like the prototype of sort of what happens. What's interesting is that there was actually a real life Lord of the Flies incident. I believe actually it was Australians that wound up in this, or like Australian kids that were in the situation. And what's so interesting is the fact that the kids behaved nothing like in the book. They actually did a very good job of surviving and like dividing the responsibilities equally, and just generally, like, it's so funny that we've got this work of fiction which is kind of, it's like the byword for, for the wheels coming off and everyone falling to kind of this Hobbesian world. And yet the kind of the time that sort of hypothesis was tested, the result was actually quite the opposite.
Enemy annihilated.
It seems that
Our forces are victorious.
like the kids, in fact, it got to a point where the kids apparently had a system that acknowledged that not everyone was going to be getting along at any given time, and so they kind of produced this timeout system to make sure that like there weren't any major grudges that were carried over and things like that. And again, it's a very arcane little bit of history. But the funny thing is that it turns out that we, when you have the social contract removed, as you say, it turns out we actually behave not too badly in certain situations. Midori Misha. So Lord of the Flies is a book. I think William Golding is the author. So it's this story about how there's this group of sort of boys. I think they're from some like prep school or something like that, and they are stranded on a desert island, and they want to they have to sort of survive. And the result is that like it falls to anarchy pretty quickly, and there's murder and nobody wants to do the work, and eventually someone from the British Navy stops by and sees the anarchy and says how disappointed he is that British boys couldn't behave more straightforward. That's such a terrible summary of the book, but it's one of these ones where it's sort of like, when we fall back to our more natural state, we become brutes and animals and whatnot. But as it turns out, I need to find the exact article, because it was like, I was definitely really surprised, where I was like, oh wow, this actually happened, and nobody bothered to look it up until this journalist checked it out. But it turns out that there was apparently a case very similar where I think the kids had stolen a fishing boat because they just wanted to have some fun, and it turns out that the boat kind of got there was like a storm, or maybe I think they'd fallen asleep and then there was a storm or something like that. But anyways, they wound up having to live for a couple of months, if I remember correctly. And it actually wound up being a lot more organized. So sort of this, Lord of the Flies is a really good book, but it's sort of become this bit of received wisdom in terms of how people behave in sort of those situations, the state of nature, or however you want to phrase it. And I think it's just, for me, it's very interesting to see that once we've moved past the work of fiction, which is a very good work of fiction, we didn't actually need to stretch our imagination too much to see how people really behave in those cases. So the extra ammo is the extra accuracy is kind of nice, but I feel like I can do better. do range specialist and Deadeye, but then it doesn't give me a whole lot of exciting... yeah, you know what? We'll just make him a stronger... Interesting. I just got a welcome to the chat room comment, and it looks like there's a little bit of conversation that happened in between. I'm noticing some messages that kind of seem like they're partway through a larger point. So if somebody had something that was directly intended for me and I'm not responding to it, if you could just resend the message, because I think Twitch kicked me out of the chat for a little bit. I think that was Gilligan's Island. Okay, so yeah, I think I missed the Gilligan's Island reference. Sorry about that, guys. Again, if it was for the group, I can live without having to know. But sorry about that. All right, Maraka the Entangler is one that really interests me because she's one of the few who's got the Cynumbra abilities, and as it turns out, Dark Vine has been really helpful. So 8 strength chance to apply Broken Mind on all attacks. On all attacks. Devour Hope. Attempt to feed on the hope of a target enemy unit, causing it to enter a state of despair if its successful caster heals. Okay, yeah, we're definitely doing both of those. How you doing, Ego Karen? You have to be in on the jokes, you'll send them to you. Okay. Anyways, yeah, the point I was trying to make on that was just, I think there are interesting games that you can make on the, you know, on the pretty common subject we see of, you know, you're stranded on a desert island, or, you know, it's, or, you know, all of the world as we know it has fallen apart, and you have to survive in the anarchy. I think there's good games that can be made out of that for sure. And I mean, there's evidence of it because, you know, the George Romero zombie movies I thought were pretty good. I have ones I prefer over others,
Operations
let's say.
primed
But
and
like
ready.
overall, I think it's, you know, they're a fun ride.
Production ready.
But I sort of feel like for at least some of the games that I've been playing, I feel like it's sort of become, like, maybe here's a better way of me phrasing it. Some of these types of games feel like the only thing that they've really used as a reference point are other games and other movies like that. That's kind of where I get this idea of sort of the theme park. And it would just be nice if I could see maybe a little bit more creativity, or maybe people pushing that idea a bit further. Or, you know, it may just be that I don't really engage with that type of game. But I think one of the things that I found so interesting, actually, this is a story I can tell. I know it's not really about Age of Wonders Planetfall. But I could say one thing that I found very interesting. So I'll put it to you this way. I would not necessarily consider myself an environmentalist, but I am not indifferent to the environment. And I think probably this is not a particularly interesting distinction, because I think a lot of people would say, like, I don't think anybody actively hates the environment. But, you know, I like Vancouver. Vancouver apparently is where Greenpeace was founded. I'm not going to go and, you know, attend a protest or something like that. I'm going to get these lovely plant people off the Cosmite. We welcome you, Mahina Wateka. Have you come to observe the beauty of our pollination, or do you have some other goal? Would you be able to grant us access to this location? We gladly leave this garden to your tending. Our seeds will be planted elsewhere. But yeah, so like I guess the best I could say is that I would not consider myself an environmentalist. Whereas I know people who I would definitely attach that label to, and I don't think that they would mind it. But what has really interested me is that getting to know the Eyes of Sin a little bit better. She has a very impressive and almost completely unexpected, well, for me at least, completely unexpected knowledge of botany, and this great love of plants and animals. And I've noticed that this has actually come to, I think this has kind of come to have a bit of an effect on me, because I remember playing...
Everyone needs an excuse to do what they wanted all along. They have stuff that we want. Who decided they get to keep it just because they got there first? Zerera Tan of House Voyan, diplomatic consort.
What I really noticed when I was playing Subnautica, which I'd sort of played for a little while and then set aside, was when I played it again after having talked with the Eyes of Sin a little bit, I really started connecting with a lot of what the game seems to be saying about, again, the environment, about how we relate to sort of the planet that we inhabit. I think it's really interesting that it's quite clear that in terms of the writing, they were making sure that there were more interesting things to do with fish than just eat them. And this translated into really interesting decisions. Like, at a certain point, I kind of felt like it wasn't necessarily any easier one way or the other, but I suddenly really decided that I wanted to put a whole bunch of growth plots in my base, and that I wanted to be trying to build... I really wanted to be eating vegetables and fruits, and that I would kind of be catching and cooking fish as sort of a last resort. That the only thing I'd be really doing with the fish would be, maybe keeping them in an aquarium or something like that. And I thought that was a really interesting. Twist, because of course when you play these kinds of survival games, the environment, like, it is a very modern way of thinking about it, right? The environment is something that we exploit to our own ends. You want to maximize the number of things that you can get, because that maximizes the number of things that you can build, and that makes you more powerful. And it was very interesting that when I started playing Subnautica, and again, I think this is partly due to the influence of a friend, I was suddenly becoming very conscious about how I was treating this very beautiful planet that they put you into. And then I played another game called Journey to a Savage Planet, which I actually kind of feel is making the same point, but it does so in an incredibly tongue-in-cheek and satirical way. So I think that's a really good example about how you can take what is obviously a very successful set of game mechanics and a very popular genre. But in this case, the games have done something a little bit more interesting than just give me a procedurally generated world. I mean, in the case of Subnautica, it's actually the same world each time. But, these games aren't necessarily just creating these procedurally generated worlds where I'm sort of running around and I am, punching as many deer as I can, so that I can get 10,000 antlers, and then I can build a throne, and if you build the throne, you win. What they're doing is they're sort of nudging in these really interesting ways in terms of maybe asking why you're doing certain things and what your ultimate goal is. I thought that was a really interesting... I mean, I'll be honest with you, right? I would not have said that I'd be thinking more about the environment having played any video game, let alone Subnautica. I haven't finished Subnautica, by the way, but that's kind of where I'm going with some of that. Uncle Cranky has a question about Age of Wonders Planetfall, but I haven't seen it yet. Feel free to ask. Midori Musha, yeah, I probably haven't. I've not played enough games to find being a murder hobo interesting. Kaylee Cakes, I feel the same way. You love reusable bags, but it's not because you're worried about plastic and landfills. It's because you hate the bag of bags that you end up with in the house. Yes. The same time you love composting leftover food and using reusable packaging as much as possible, and you hate plastic straw. Yeah, I mean, this is just it. Like, I'm, if I was really serious about the environmental stuff, I would become a vegetarian. I know that is not going to be possible for me. Now, at least, you never know where the future holds. But definitely where I was going with that was just to sort of talk about how these different games can, again, every single one of these games will be immediately familiar to people who have ever played a survival crafting game. If you played Minecraft, you're going to be comfortable in Terraria. You're going to be comfortable in you're gonna be comfortable in Subnautica, Journey to a Savage Planet. Excuse me, DayZ, just H1Z1, Just Survive. Like, all of this stuff is not going to be foreign to you, and yet there's definitely a very big difference in terms of what you're thinking about as certain things happen, and I find that really exciting about some of them. If you start a new campaign of this, the game will insult you by forcing you to be elves. So there are no real elves in this game. The closest faction to being elves would be the Syndicate, which is not saying much. But no, the campaign, I believe to get to the end of the campaign, you will have to play every single one of the factions at some point. And again, if you want, it can be just like Age of Wonders 3. Like, you don't actually need to play the campaign mode. If you want an experience that's a little more like Civilization, you could just do one of the scenarios. But I would say as a whole, the game will not force the elves on you. Although I believe the tutorial and first mission will always be the Vanguard. But if you want, I can show you each of the factions by the end of this. Sorry, by the way, I know a bunch of you probably came here for Age of Wonders Planetfall, and we're not expecting a diatribe on sort of survival and crafting style games, but here we are. All right, this should be pretty straightforward. So we'll do the auto combat. All right, we didn't lose anybody, so that makes me happy. The remains of this research ship contain intact data pads. Unfortunately, they don't reveal any information about the vessel's mission and the crew or the events that led to its crash landing. So Mahina is going to head to the Xenoevolution Labs for sure. I think I'm actually going to move this stack as well, because if we can get rid of the Nest and Diplomacy Glen, that will make things a bit easier for us.
We know there's a mole in the organization, so we'll be monitoring all of your communications and tracking all of your movements. Please object. It will confirm our suspicions of you. Dustin Banks, Financial Security Services.
So that voice that you just heard, Uncle Cranky, is the Syndicate. The reason I say it is the Isaacson called them the Snooty Elves. But they're not the types of elves, if they're elves at all, which is probably debatable. They're definitely not the type that you would normally encounter in games like this. I think I'm going to do accelerated force deployment. It is a little bit of a slower one, but I like the idea of being able to rush my unit. I mean, it's worth keeping in mind, right, that I've dedicated most of my armies on this side of the map, whereas my objective is over here, right? So, what's going on? Oh, right. Yes, I remember. Actually, this probably means they're quite large. All right. I'm going to have to think about how I handle that. All right. First things first, Cosmite growth chambers. I do want to get another colonizer down, but I'm going to wait a bit because 60 Cosmite is a pretty high price. Raslafim. Okay. I want to annex. Am I not allowed to annex? Interesting. I did not know that. I did not know that you were... The whole reason why I put that one there was so that I could actually expand out to these points, but it looks like there is a limit as to how far away you can go. This will annoy my allies. I'll compliment them. Thank you for your kind message. Though we may not yet share the best relationship, this will pave the way through mutual respect. Oh, I could have seen allow building on claim sectors. Let's see. Right. Your proposal is very welcome. We think alike. Improving our diplomatic state was the right thing to do. All right.
Operations primed and ready.
All right, let's see if we can steal some... Ooh. So yeah, let's steal some maps. Let's... Internal purge. Attempt to identify and remove any covert operatives that are currently affecting you. This will also raise your alert level by 2, increasing your operation defense. Oh, this is interesting. I don't seem to have steal money anymore. I'm also going to do a deploy monitor, because that's going to help me... That's basically going to help me start carving out all of the territory. You had a friend that was in Lord of the Rings, and he said the cliques formed along the lines of species portrayed. Apparently, the epithet hurled at the elves was that elf stood for effete lame fuck. I didn't realize you had such a hatred of the elves. Well, I know, like, obviously from your reaction of
Production ready. Production ready. Production ready.
So I should be careful when I'm reading that out, because maybe some people want to want the swear-free version of Age of Wonders Planetfall. I mean, from your reaction to Age of Wonders 3, I knew you were not a huge fan of the elves. I always thought, like, when I was smaller, I thought elves were just super cool. And then now they're like another fantasy race. I think I tend to play humans a lot. I guess I've just lost my imagination. I'm not at all scared of these guys running around. I've got some security. I've got a security apparatus which will wipe them out anywhere they go. So, all right, let's fulfill the objective. All right, again, we didn't lose anyone, so I'm happy with that.
Objective completed.
These Autonom will think twice before they send out their agents to cut back our growth. All thanks to you, Mahino Wateka. You have our regards. See, I want to play the humans so I know the humans win. That's usually my motivation. So again, the commander's going to the Xenoevolution Labs. Actually, how tough is this thing? Not very. These folks could definitely deal with some healing. But this is just about clearing out the riffraff. Now, Aldrasil, let's get you a Biomancer. And then next up, I want to take a quick minute here and see, you know what, maybe I'll just look at my existing armies. So I want to make sure that we've got... I want to make sure that I've got the upgrades. Do I have a better mod? Additional armor is not bad. I think I'll hold off on that for now. So I'm at a time where I've got a little spare Cosmite and whatnot. It's not a bad chance for me to just get a little housekeeping done with my units. My shaming Biomancer. Truth coming out of her well to shame all mankind. That's what you should have in the back of your head when you see that unit moving around. All right, I might have overproduced Huntresses. So what I'm looking at here right now, if I want to have sort of my usual core units, I'm probably going to want to produce... Let's see here. I'd say 4 more archers, at least 2 more biomancers, and then of course there's a whole question about the Tyrannosaurus units and whatnot. Ah, too much cosmite. All right. Yeah, see, I played Epic 40K, and the species I played on that were the Eldar. Like, I thought they were super cool because you had these really great sort of hit and run type tactics. Did you get clobbered by the Eldar? Is that why you're mad at them, Uncle Cranky? Alright, I gotta figure out what I want to do with my units now. I guess probably it would not hurt to get them moving towards clearing out the threats within my borders. And then I'm also interested in seeing whether or not... Obviously I want to keep an eye to expansion. But other than clearing out here... Oh yes, I should actually be... I should be paying to remove this, this nuisance. So clear out the guys here, clear out this hazard, probably go and claim this cosmite at some point. I'm definitely running out of things to get my armies to do, so... Alright, I'm definitely limited on what I can do given the cosmite situation. I think in this particular case I'm just going to generate energy. Alright, so deploying monitors, let's say... Put it in the mountains just because it's probably a little less likely they're going to be investigating
Operations
that.
primed and ready.
Steel maps. Alright, 25% chance of success, 63% chance of detection. It's not looking great. Our agents were unable to penetrate the enemy's security systems to gain full access to the required data, and only a small amount of geographical information was retrieved. To make matters worse, they were caught while attempting the hack, and the enemy is now aware of our involvement. Data on 515 map cells has been collected. Yeah, I was going to say, I am not too worried about whether or not the Kiriko... That's a really neat way of doing this effect. So it looks like they're giving individual hexes, I think is the idea. I am not going to lose any sleep over the thought that the Kiriko know I don't like them. They are the ones who declared war on me.
Sector annexed. Happiness event in colony. Happiness event in colony. Production ready.
As a last resort,
Production
I'll build Spy Master. Ah, so I need to use more
Empire
covert.
task completed.
Completed this task as a pioneer. I receive 100 energy and the operator. Wow, did it really take us that long to get to the operator? That's surprising. Normally the AI gets that done. I wasn't gonna say anything, Cranky. All right.
Operations primed and ready.
So as is my way, I think I'm just going to drop another monitor to see if I can get some slightly better intel on what I'm really looking for here is the capital. If I can. Second best if I can get an idea of what forces I'm up against. So, for instance, here they've got Hordebound Frenzied. So in this case, they've got Xenografted Muscles. This is a really this is an alarming one because of the Xenoplague. Also makes them stronger. Spore Purification, so these guys can heal themselves, which is also a worry. And then Plague Pod, so they can throw plague at me. So these guys are going to want to stand together for the extra shields. They're going to be able to heal each other. And if they get in close, they are going to be able to cause some pretty significant damage to me. But I can also take a look at this and say, okay, this is completely melee focused. So as long as I'm able to engage these guys at range, I'm going to be okay. Then we can take a look at their air core. In this case, they've got an engulfer. and they've got an Unleashed. And again, this is very armor heavy, very little in the ways of shield. So what I kind of want to be making sure is that I've got, I kind of have I have the stuff that can melt down armor in hand. Ego Karen says, do you think it's interesting to see how humans are presented as adaptable, versatile, with the potential to be played as whatever you want, and all of the other races have a pretty clear play style? Not always, but often. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things is that when you are telling a science fiction story, I think it's fair to say that in a lot of situations, you're defining humanity, and sometimes that's through contrasts. In the case of a game like Mass Effect, you have this story essentially of humanity sort of finding its place in the galaxy. At the very beginning of that series, humanity isn't necessarily all that well regarded. It doesn't mean that they're not capable. In fact, if anything, some of the fear of the galaxy is that they're sort of this upstart. And I'm not sure if they're deliberately trying to sort of invoke something like the Thucydides trap, but there's definitely this concern about humanity. But I think where the human adaptability comes from is that this probably comes from the idea that, a lot of people observe that humans make tools that were not necessarily biologically designed to do things in a particularly effective way. But what we have done is that we've developed an ability to either create things or to work in such a way that we're able to achieve the ends that we want. So again, it's not so much the idea, so the adaptability here, I just think, is a reflection of our ability to create technology. And it's interesting, right? Because you would think that if you wanted to gamify that, maybe what you would do is you'd give humanity a technology bonus. But that also tends to run counter to a very common science fiction trope, which is, that humanity is not necessarily the technologically advanced species. If anything, they are sort of a relative late entry into sort of galactic affairs, and that we have quite a bit of catching up to do. And so it would be weird to have this technological benefit to a species that is sort of defined by the fact that it's a newcomer, and that there is in fact this whole, there's this whole world of activity that's been going on while we haven't been paying attention. And so I think what they're saying is that maybe the trait of humanity isn't necessarily its ability to generate this grand technology like, Mass Effect drives. But what it is able to do is that it's able to adapt its surroundings to something that allows it to get what it needs. And in that case, that is also a definition of technology, but technology in the sense of a way of doing things. So like if you read an economics paper and you hear about technological progress, it's not necessarily just talking about somebody made a patent and this is a new thing. It's, technological progress can be, we used to do 3 forms, but we found a way of, achieving the exact same goal, and we only need to fill out 1 now. That can sometimes also be productivity. It's interesting too, like the one of the ways that they handle, so I think there's a few different types of quote unquote humans, but obviously the Amazon are very different from the Vanguard. And I think the Vanguard get their adaptability in this game from the idea that they're not necessarily, like, you have to think about what are the types of people who would, volunteer to go on this, centuries-long mission, effectively cutting yourself off from any ties that you had. This is not necessarily going to attract some of the, model citizens. but of course, it's also sort of this idea. Like, I guess maybe the most appropriate example that I could take would be, Canada or the U.S. Clearly there was a type of person that came to North America to settle here, and it would be distinct from the people who stayed back home. And I suspect that the Vanguard are sort of designed to reflect those particular traits because they've been selected. What I should have done was I should have cleared these guys out ahead of time. All right, I'm still keeping these folks in Eldrasil. I just don't really have a place for them. I am getting a little bit nervous about how close I am getting to hostile territory, but I don't really want to. I guess the big thing is I don't want to have scout units that I then turn around and say, no, too dangerous. Let's not go there. Again, I'm not expecting battles. I got to think about where I'm going to queue up a few abilities. So I'm going to queue up a Soulfire right away.
Happiness event in colony. Production ready.
I think these guys... Yeah, I made a mistake with these guys. They're not supposed to be generating food anymore. They're supposed to be sharing. And I want to change their priorities. Let's kill the central biofarm when we can. I'm just making sure that we don't have... actually, I don't think these guys have a central anything. Well, that was careless of me. I'm going to put the upgrades as the higher priority than everything else. These guys should still be consuming, yes. What are you doing? Take. Okay, they got a science lab, so I'm happy about that. Ovenwell almost certainly has a central science lab, yeah. So obviously in this case I'm very much focused on generating as much science as I can to get the better units. We're still short on Cosmite, so as much as I'd love to start doing things like building Bombardons and whatnot, I definitely need to get my Cosmite up first, so I think we're going to just keep generating... Actually, you know what? If I switch to generating knowledge, we don't lose that much in terms of energy. So I think I'm going to switch that over. And I believe this was where I started this little journey. Yep. I probably should have done another steel maps. Alright. This is just the militia. Like I said, because of all of the military infrastructure we've put in, I'm not too worried about these marauders. Alright. We'll knock off one of the infrastructure buildings. I guess for this one, well, we got to make that food. I don't like going heavy on food when I've already got more than what I need, but clearly there's the biggest... Like, my view on this is that I shouldn't be ignoring the benefits that I get, because growth, like, if I can use my growth sectors effectively, that will basically mean that I'm able to get more units sort of building these really desirable things for me. So like what I mean by this is, if I take a look at Oven Will, actually this will be a bad example because they're just going to be generating food. But like right now, I've got 2 industry slots that are not currently occupied. So if I can, if I have, if I have colonies that are, if I have colonies that are building up more pops, or if I have sectors that are sort of producing a lot of food, that will that'll ultimately be going into the growth of some of these other sectors. Well, this means that I'm going to be filling in these 2 empty slots a lot faster than I normally would. So even though I've sort of hit my so the priority number 1 is to hit my 4 extra extensions in terms of sectors. Priority number 2, though, is to make sure that I'm able to that I'm making the most of the resources that I have. So even though I normally wouldn't do a food exploitation because it's not a high priority for me right now, I get an additional 5 food when I have something like the overgrown biodome in the sector. So and likewise, the Xenoevolution Labs, as you can see, it's a food sector, so it's going to be giving me some nice bonuses that I don't want to ignore. Anyways, moving right along. I don't need to worry about the Marauders anymore, although we should eventually get a team to go and clear out the nest that keeps spawning these guys. But I am rating this a fairly high priority, 1, because of this hazard, and then 2, because these guys are blocking a resource. Alright. They're more or less at full strength, so... Alright, Xenoevolution Labs. This landmark is an advanced food sector and gives the following when annexed. Plus 40 food, plus 4 per pop, plus 20 science, plus 2 per pop. Additionally, unlocks the following building for your colony, Genetics Lab. Genetics Lab. The Xenoplague Genetics Lab experiments with genetic selection and alteration, allowing for improved traits and units. All non-mechanical units produced in this colony have 5 health per tier of the unit. In addition, all Xenoplague modded units in this colony produced in this colony deal 10% extra damage. So we'll enter. Do you want to enter this claimed structure? This sector has been claimed. Capturing it causes other commanders to gain a casus belli against you, making it easier for them to declare war. Alright, I'll not enter for now because I need to at least spend some influence. Alright, looking to exchange goods. Alright, I'll start by getting the bonuses, so things like regeneration spores, euphoric spores, poison glands. I can't remember exactly what I need for integration. I think I need to do some kind of a... I bet it'll tell me. I can obviously buy some units, but I just wanted to make sure that I was at the bottom of where I needed to be. So let's, or sorry, I wasn't throwing away any extra influence. Let's see if I can find. There we go. Integration is the highest relation state you can achieve with an NPC faction. To reach integration, you need to collect 80 total NPC favor while in friendship with the faction. In this state, you will receive a very large reputation bonus. The following dwelling trades are unlocked at integration. Tier 4 NPC units, the strongest of the NPC faction mods, ownership of the dwelling if it can be annexed. In addition, this faction allows the integrated player to build in their claimed sectors. Declaring war while in integration will result in a very large reputation penalty. Okay, so with that in mind, maybe I want to try and push the relationship. Yes, okay. So if I get, theoretically, if I get another 5, reputation, this should push us over the edge. So let's pick up a Soldier B for starters. Yep, we just got integration. That's going to give us a much needed boost. So the reason why I did that, that's obviously a big hit to my influence. But rather than take a relation penalty by taking the Xenoevolution labs, what I've done instead is I've now allowed myself to enter without consequence. So actually I'm going to take a quick minute here and... It's the 20th, right? Yeah. Alright, this is a little lighter than I thought I was going to have to come after. So the Bombardon's going to be a bit scary. The Xenoplague Lab's infectious vapors, so every 2 turns the infectious vapors of the Xenoplague infect a random attacking unit. That unit takes 15 biological damage with a strength 12 chance to suffer unstable contamination and parasitic infection for 2 turns. The effect jumps to another target within 2 hexes up to 2 times. So obviously I want to spread things out. I will see what auto combat does. I have a feeling we're going to lose units, and so I'm going to want to do this manually. But let's see how the AI handles it. Well, not bad, but I bet I can do better. I'm pretty sure I can't eat the Bombardon, but it would be fun if I could. Okay. So the big question here is how far these guys can move, because I suspect what's going to be happening... Oh, I can shoot these guys. Alright, that's good to know. I think in this case we're just going to go for full aggression then. So where's my other batch of archers? No, they're not able to do anything about that. Okay. Oh, that's the Lightbringer. Gotta make sure I'm looking at the right people. Alright, yeah, so they're not able to contribute. Although... Just shy. Alright, that's a shame. I would have preferred not to have them out in the open like that, but that's life. Yeah, they're going to be able to munch on my guys. Well, that's fine. Here's what I'll do. I'll take the Vorderon and give them something to think about. So if they want to fight... Oh, just shy. Alright. If they want to fight, they're going to have to... Oh, but you know what? This falls within the two hex. Well, you know what? That's fine. We'll move in. We're going to give the Bombardon a target-rich environment. But I am at least going to be able to put some damage on their most serious... melee unit. Now, if I was this Biomancer, I would be healing this, obviously. But that's still not a terrible outcome for me. Simply because I will be able to... I neutralize the heal, and they don't wind up using it on the Bombardon, which is kind of my public enemy number 1. Nope. Yep, so they're running off. So next turn I want to be a little more careful about... Interesting. Alright, slow is a problem for me. Oh, I forgot the parasites. Okay. So let's see if I can take out the destroyer. That's 25. I'm still taking the shot. Easy come, easy go. Chance to cause a little panic. Alright, so let's see what the boss lady can do. She can target the... Again, I'm prioritizing this guy knowing that the AI is going to be able to heal them next turn. This does unfortunately mean I'm going to be susceptible to whatever virus is on its way, but I think that's unavoidable at this point. Now, I really wasn't thinking when I moved this guy up like this. So I'm either going to have to... Yeah, I'm going to move her up. Like I said, I'm going to focus on this target. It does mean, again, almost everything's going to get affected by that debuff. Oh, and we still weren't able to take the thing out. Oh well.
Enemy annihilated.
So let's see what the consequences of my decisions were. That's a lot of damage. It is really interesting to see the Xenoplague being so passive. Nom 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 nom. Oh yeah, I probably should have gotten rid of his reaction. All right. I want to be a little thoughtful about how I angle all of this, but I do want to get a good flank on the Bombardon. So this should allow my commander to move up a unit and get a pretty heavy hit on the... Alright, that didn't quite do as much as I was hoping it would.
Enemy
That's more
destroyed.
like it. At this point, I just need this unit to run up as fast as possible because she's currently out of the fight and we've got 2 units that I need to take out. I think as a safety precaution, I'm going to put Cleansing Light on my Vanguard unit. And then we'll bring in some flying abilities. So the Bombardon's still going to be causing me some problems. I suspect he's going to goop this part of the map. But once we get that out of the way, we should be able to mop up the Parasite and the Bombardon without too much trouble. Whoa! I didn't know they could do that. Alright, so again, we're back to deciding who public enemy number 1 is. I'm going to use her to creep up just a little bit. I was really hoping that would be enough to take that guy out. So
Enemy
unfortunately,
down.
the Parasite's left to do what it wants. Or is it? So again, not how I wanted to be using my flying unit, but I'm at least able to take out the enemy.
Enemy annihilated.
It's possible I sort of wasted this this unit. I have a lot of spare energy credits, so I'm just going to do Cleansing Light on a bunch of my units as a cheap heal. We'll still have a little bit of damage from stuff like this, but or a lot of damage. So let's... It'll be really interesting to see if we can finish this off at the start. So in this case, I'm going to get my archers to deal with him first, and this is because they will reduce armor. Oh, actually, it's at 0 armor, so now I need to get rid of shields, which I don't think is possible. I can at least flank, though. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Enemy destroyed. Victory is ours.
So if I can get some Bombardons in my army, I think I'm going to be very happy. What were those creatures? They did not look like infected animals or people. They were neither. They were given enough time and sustenance. The plague parasite can... when given enough time and sustenance, the plague parasite can grow and strengthen, becoming a sentient creature with its own mobility. Their sentience is, of course, limited. Their main purpose is to spread the xenoplague that created them. We should gather as much material from their bodies as we can to aid our research back at the colony. Make haste, sisters. I dare not remain here too long, in case more of these abominations roam the area. Alright.
Objective completed.
It's got a free unit. Under the magnifying glass, you've collected plenty of sources on the plague from Xena facilities. The next step would be to investigate further to see how the plague exactly works. Accepting this quest will automatically start the research. So that's one turn. I gotta wait on that. Let's see if we can clear out... Yeah, it's low health, but we didn't lose anyone, so I'm happy. This is all just clearing stuff out in anticipation of... Oh yeah, I said I was going to clear out these guys too. This is just clearing stuff out in anticipation of my later annexation. What I think I'm going to do here, given the fact that... So I'm going to have to go through the heavy weapons factory, for instance. Given the fact that I expect that I'm going to be claiming this anyway, I'll just get all of this work done now, and we can... we can sort of double back, because, I mean, the funny thing is that with these armies, I'm at the point now where I might consider just saying, okay, well, we're here already, let's just, cross the sea, and we'll take whatever we can get over here. The big problem was I was hoping that we would be able to find the capital, and it's not at all clear that I'm any closer to that. So again, I want to be careful with where the units are. So we kind of just picked this one up because we could, but I bet they will find useful service in my scouting group right now. I'm just going to send these guys out as a kind of a scouting unit right now. You find a transport containing salvageable production stash. Unfortunately, the stash's systems are destroyed and provide no data on its origin. Origin, destination, or the events that led to its destruction. I don't really have any easy stuff to pick up off the ground. That's not entirely true, actually. I can go and grab something over there. I'm going to sit on my hands, though.
Sector annexed. Production ready.
Okay, this is all fine.
Empire task completed.
And apparently we were the pioneer on that. I will admit I'm a little surprised by that. All right. It is interesting how the xenoplague works in conjunction with its host to sustain and enhance both organisms. I am beginning to understand why Bahrain indulged in this research. All I've seen of the plague forces me to conclude that the only way to stop its spread is to burn the entire planet. There is an alternative option, though. What if you could find a way to control it yourself, perhaps to use it? In the right hands, it would be a powerful weapon. You may be correct, but would I not then follow in Bahrain's footsteps? Bahrain uses it for heinous reasons. If you were to adopt the xenoplague yourself, you could right her wrongs and show that in the right hands it could be used for good. You make a good point, Carusa, but I don't know if we would even be able to contain such a vicious plague. Bahrain could not control it, and why would I fare any better? We've already had to make this choice as the Devar, so in this case I will reject the use of the xenoplague. I will not allow myself to follow Bahrain's path. I have decided to ignore this technology and destroy the plague wherever I find it. I may be making the wrong call, but at least my conscience is clean.
Objective completed.
Again, the game, this is one of the things that's kind of interesting. I've talked a couple of times about how I feel like Age of Wonders Planetfall, so it does, it's never an expectation of a strategy game, and yet a lot of the very good strategy games do have a really engaging story and sort of this, you know, motivation for why people are acting the way that they are. So, you know, even going all the way back to Warcraft, now admittedly a lot of the, you know, the lore and the story was developed after the fact. In fact, I seem to recall that some of the story for the World of Warcraft was sort of adapted from an abandoned adventure game project that Blizzard was doing. So apparently you would play as Thrall in this adventure game that never came to light. I'm not sure how true that is, because, you know, it's all internal to Blizzard, right? We're probably also not going to know what Project Titan was, although apparently parts of that wound up in Overwatch. But it's fair to say, like, even if you want to ignore Warcraft, like, StarCraft certainly has a really interesting sort of space opera going on. I remember I was shocked by what happened to Kerrigan, for instance. So while it's never necessary in terms of a game, so, you know, like, it's nice to have. And even then, if you think of really successful strategy games that you wouldn't normally associate with storytelling, so Civilization, for instance, if you scratch beneath the surface, you can sort of see how a very similar thing is going on in the background. While it is true that there is no cutscene in... Well, okay, every single Civilization game seems to have, like, an opening cinematic. But what I mean to say is that there's no cutscene sort of telling you, you know, and this was what the Romans did at such and such a point, because you're the one writing that. But of course, Civilization has the advantage of telling you, sort of telling a story that you already know, which is the story of Civilization. And if you take a look at Alpha Centauri, or if you take a look at Civilization Beyond Earth, these actually do have a story. You have the different paths that you can take humanity down. And then, of course, the more recent examples that I can think of would be things like BattleTech. So BattleTech has always had short stories and, you know, in TV series and novels be part of the hobby. And then, of course, like building the miniatures and whatnot, but that's not really a storytelling experience. But yeah, so it's one of these things where you wouldn't say that you'd consider it to be necessary in terms of a strategy game, particularly a turn-based strategy game. And yet it's really does seem to be sort of a feature in some of the best examples, and it's definitely something that's not just bolted on. Where I think Age of Wonders Planetfall has taken a really original turn is it does seem to be that this campaign, at least the campaign is hinting, it's kind of the Telltale Games approach of, you know, so-and-so will remember that, you know, you chose to continue researching the plague, becoming like the person you're hunting or whatever. It does seem to be that some of these decisions are affecting the campaign, either the choices I'm being given now, or there will be some consequence later on. Or at the very least, they're creating this impression, and so I'm playing as if it's true, which is, of course, another interesting thing. They could just be completely taking me for a ride here, and I'm still treating it as if these things are going to have consequences later on. So in addition to the fact that I think the factions are really original, and there's kind of a neat whole backstory going on inside of the game here, I do really like this feature where if you decide to play in the campaign mode, there is sort of a through line through them. Whereas if you play the scenario mode, that's fun too. But in this case, there's not necessarily this overall sort of arc that's being written as you're making decisions. And I like this touch quite a bit. I think nobody's going to say if you have a dull strategy game, no amount of quality writing is necessarily going to make it worth playing. But whether I am, living these stories I've read in history books, or whether I'm enjoying the space opera that Triumph has written for me, there's definitely something about, going into the motivations for why these people are fighting, that to me is really making it worth playing.
All speed records are made to be broken. There is no time for pleasant byways and scenic detours. If we are to survive the breakneck pace of the industry, we must bulldoze even the most curious obstacle. The vistas may not be as majestic as that of the first mountain climber, but our thoroughfares can penetrate a mountain's heart for the sake of progress. Enzo Mantle, Transportation Minister.
By the way, I don't know if I've just been booted out of my chat or whatnot, but the last message I've seen was from Ed Baver saying, "I can imagine." So if you have been chatting and I've not been responding, I apologize. That is not intentional. If it's just a quiet chat, I'm totally fine with that too. But I know from earlier on, people had clearly been talking about stuff, and I'd been kicked out. So as I think the best way to handle it is if you no, you're not being boring at all. Oh, thank you very much. Well, this is the thing, right? I personally am not that bothered by a quiet chat or like a stream where there's like no people inside of the stream, because it's my job to provide what passes for entertainment around these parts. I've never really felt that it's something where so again, I think it's a lot better for me to focus on my stuff than it is to focus on other streams. I won't call them competitors, but I know this would be a way that some people might think about it. My view on this is that, like, I have seen people obviously very trying very hard to get chat interaction and becoming frustrated when it doesn't come through, and I can get the impulse quite a bit, because it sort of feels like people aren't really engaged with what you're doing. But of course, people can be really engaged with what you're doing, and they're enjoying the fact that you're doing your thing, and so as a result, they don't want to break the flow. I'm sure most of you have noticed that on some topics I can really get off on a tangent, and so that kind of creates a disincentive to talking about certain subjects. But with that in mind, I realize it sometimes comes off as a little desperate if I'm asking about chat stuff. The one thing is I get very gun shy when an event like what happened at the beginning of the stream, where it's very clear that the conversation has been snipped. Because I get to see how people react to vodcasts when I'm not around. Or if somebody's watching a VOD and they see chat going by, you can see the people who don't get that it's an old cast and that chat is not live. So with that in mind, I want to acknowledge what has happened in the past and say, it seems like it's been quiet for a little while. That, that's not a big deal for me, but if you've been wondering why I've been ignoring you, it's because, da-da-da-da-da-da. Kaylee said, oh yeah, I have cooties too. Like, you're explaining the game so well that you're just enjoying that. No need to make sure. Yeah, it's great. Yes, I remember. I was actually thinking of one of the things that happened to you too, Kaylee, but your stream is for yours to talk about. I can't really just turn around and say, oh yeah, and then there's this time with this Kaylee Cakes person. I don't know what kind of channel they're running, but... All right, growth faction. Severed links. We've lost touch with an area of ourselves. Our links have been severed. A sense of cut-off panic now lingers in our crippled connections. Many cycles ago, we lost touch with large parts of the world in similar strain. Myriad of places blinking out of existence. Find out who severed our roots and eliminate them. So I'm going to have to smush the Paragon. The good news is that it's pretty close to where I am already, but that is a little bit of a distraction from what I wanted to do. Let's get my B to go. Holy crap! Alright. Well, again, this is useful intelligence on what I'm up against, but they did not lose time coming after my unit. It's pretty clear I'm going to have to get my my forces mobilized. Toot sweet. I will not accept losses. I probably should have got rid of the spore cloud first. So one of the big dilemmas I have here is that I've got these Vanguard units, which are really good at just staying still and using Overwatch. But that's the one thing that I don't really want to be doing against a Spore Cloud, because the poison just keeps draining me until I'm done. One thing I want to be conscious of is the fact that there's a Bombardon on the table, so I want to be a little careful with my placement. I'm not going to completely throw away any advantages that I have on placement, but all right, engineers are kind of interesting. I think in this situation, I'm going to move him out of the way of the grow. Well, got to be a little bit better than that. But I am going to do targeting calibration. Eventually, I'm going to put down a turret with this guy, but I'd like to get a little bit closer to the targets. And this thing, I don't have as much to fear. So these units here can't actually affect my flying unit. So what I want to do here, this will allow me to attack this unit. The big problem that I'm going to be running into is that this gives them an incentive to go and attack here. In fact, they might be able to avoid... Nope, we still have them in the Overwatch. Okay, that's a little bit of good news then. Alright, so if memory serves, her whole reason for existence is to basically just run in and shotgun stuff to death. Again, I want to be conscious about the Bombardon, so I'm not going to go too crazy about my placements quite yet. Alright, and then my best option would be to catalog some of these wild swift beaks. How I get into cataloging range without getting eaten, though, is a whole other question. So I'm going to move her around the edge here. Now my Huntress, this is going to be a little bit of a weaker move than what I normally want to do, but in this case I'm actually going to hold them back like this. And this is just an anticipation of the next round. Actually, this one I'm kind of opening myself up for a Bombardon attack, but that's one I think I'm willing to risk, at least that one. So the idea here is that I'm sort of positioning myself. If they decide to commit on this side, then these archers will be able to hit a target. If they don't commit, that's still useful information for me. And in this case, we just have to move them a little more aggressively next time. But at least 2 of these units should be able to do something next turn. Nope. Who did I miss? Okay, so it looks like the Bombardon is focusing on the front. That poison's definitely going to be a big problem. I probably made a blunder by not bringing the Biomancer closer to the front line here. Whew.
Operations ready.
Yeah, they're going pretty hard on that. Alright, well, first things first, let's do a cleansing light on my Vanguard unit. And what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to deal with all of these units first. So, as it turns out, the Biomancer kind of is in the wrong area. this is a little risky for her. So, I mean, they're not going to be able to do it next turn, but they are pretty far ahead. So if they want to turn around and cause some problems, that's definitely a path that they can take. But at this point here, I basically, so as with any strategy game, you want to, like, it's a little bit, you can think of this as a bit like chess. So when I play chess, the biggest problem I have is that I'm not too bad at making some individual tactical decisions. My overall strategic sense is not as good. And so I can move things for sort of a positional advantage in the moment, but I can't necessarily bring the thing home. And so victory in chess for me has very often meant that I will use this tactical advantage to a point where my opponent makes a mistake, and then I'm sort of able to follow it into a standard pattern of checkmate. So, like, you know, you got a couple of rooks or like a rook and a queen, and you're able to sort of chase the king to where they go, which is, it's a kind of a brute force approach to chess. What's weird is that I tend not to do that in other strategy games. So in this particular one here, like, what's the situation we've got ourselves in? I held back some of these units in reserve in case they decided that, look, it's a bunch of ranged stuff that's coming after us, let's take the Swift Beaks and go heavy against these units over here, right? Because the Biomancer was off to the side, it was unlikely that they were going to be doing some healing. There's really only one unit that's actually good at close range. The only thing that maybe would be a concern for them is the fact that there's these flying units and the Swift Beaks can't do a whole lot about them. So it's clear that the AI has decided, okay, I want to focus on this area here. You know, they're entrenched, they're setting up these guys with Overwatch. And so what I need to do now is say, okay, here's the decision that they've made. You know, they're focusing entirely on this conflict. I need to make sure that I'm able to get the best flank that I can as a result. If you don't do that, then effectively what happens is you're giving the opponent the benefit of being able to make their choice. So again, the AI has made a choice about how they want to engage. My job is to make sure that they pay for that choice. If I don't make them pay, then they have the advantage of making the decision that they think is tactically optimal. But I then give it to them for free if I fail to capitalize on the opening that they've presented. I mean, again, that one line there, I'm spending a lot of time unpacking this idea that is probably pretty obvious. You know, you need to make sure that they pay. But it's, I don't know, I tend to find that this is where I get the most out of strategy games, with the exception of chess, where apparently I just take leave of my senses. I sort of think the Arc Bolas immobilize, I don't believe prevents them from acting, so I should probably do the attack. But yeah, that was kind of what I wanted to... This is why I'm dealing with these folks first, is I want to see how much damage I can inflict for their decision to ignore the flank. And again, because I held these archers back, the answer is not much. And then Kalik says, feel free to use me as an example whenever you want. I was horrified when you learned that you missed so much chat. You were so frustrated because you were asking questions and stuff, and apparently people were responding, but I didn't see that. So you're like, okay, I guess I'll just keep talking about the game. You also found that you just tend to sit there and explain the game because I was streaming differently when you had more people watching. So you decided to treat whatever that was as if there were lots of people watching, and you think that tends to make more people who are just stopping by actually stay and chat. Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, way back when, I used to do evaluations for Stream Team. That, you know, it was. I feel a little bit safer saying this now. The truth of the matter was, the streamer that was running that team definitely invested a lot in presenting themselves as being a very big deal on Twitch. The reality was definitely quite a bit more, you know, it maybe wasn't quite the the dominant or commanding position. But whatever. Like the key on this is that people wanted to be a part of it. And there wasn't necessarily a requirement. I mean, okay, I'll be frank. One of the things that it was a feeder to their own channel. So if you're a member of the stream team and you've gotten attention from the partnered streamer, you're going to host them more often, and your viewers are going to become their viewers. But with that in mind, again, if you're going to build a community, if you're going to build a team, you want to be somewhat selective. And for the smaller streamers, one of the big things was I would go in and I wouldn't necessarily just announce myself because I was also a moderator for this streamer. I just want to see if I can... Alright, they resisted. That's a pity. Alright, I'm going to use this Vanguard unit first. I want to try and use the smallest number of units I can to take this thing out. Okay, nice. That'll give me an opportunity to put down a turret. So yeah, anyways, one of the things that I would do, because to my view, somebody who is applying to a team should probably know who the moderators are. And if I start talking and I reveal myself as a moderator, it's quite possible that they're going to behave in a way that is different from how they would normally behave on their stream. And so one of the biggest determinants for me would be to see how the, how that streamer dealt with the empty chat problem. Because everybody's faced it, right? Everybody... Okay, that's cool. So what I wanted to try and do was keep this swift beak. I wanted to try and delay this swift beak. One of these will still be able to do some damage. In this case, it's actually against the turret, which I can afford to lose. But what I want to really do right now is try and get some tempo. So if I can make it so that my other units are moving up and getting it into an advantageous position. So even here, right, I'm opening myself up to an area of effect attack, but I'm able to get an early hit on the Bombardon. I might even be more aggressive with the move, but I need to... Ooh, I wasn't expecting to be able to do that, but we get to strip some more armor off of it. Okay, I think in this case I'm actually going to move up like this. So this move here is giving me the me the option of using the Huntress to take out the Swift Beaks when they get involved, or I can sort of double back and take on the Bombardon. But anyways, I was trying to respond to Kaylee. So like one of the big things for me was that, if you can handle an empty, and I mean again, I'm speaking as somebody who is evaluating for this specific stream team. This clearly can't be generalized advice because let's face it, like there's Dota 2 streamers who are incredibly successful, who don't. Oh Jesus Christ! I did not realize that was that strong. That's a shame. I don't think I have any kind of a resurrection either. Alright, well, AI lost a unit, so did I. Yeah, so there are Dota 2 streamers who don't say a word during their casts and are really successful. But of course, the appeal that they have is that you're able to watch someone who is very good at the thing that they do. So, if you have a favorite hockey team, it's like being able to watch them practice before a big game, and I think that's inherently interesting on its own. So, there are actually there is a type of stream that's very successful. These guys are clearly stormtroopers. There's a style of stream that's clearly very successful on Twitch. without any kind of chat interaction. But
Enemy down.
part of it is just knowing sort of what your style is, and what you can, I guess, what you can get away with, for lack of a better term. I'm very annoyed at myself that I couldn't seal the deal. Oh well.
Enemy eliminated.
I'm gonna try and take this thing out with ranged attacks first, and then if as a last resort, I'm gonna use my lancer.
Enemy killed.
There you go. But yeah, basically, if somebody's
Our
able to fill
forces are
silence,
victorious.
this kind of gives a bit of a mindset in terms of saying, I'm putting on a show, and I am not dependent on my audience to be able to. I'm not dependent on my audience to be able to create this thing, right? Either I'm enjoying the game that I'm playing and I'm sharing that experience of playing it, or any number of the reasons why people would be motivated for it. Because the funny thing is that there is the mindset that says, I mean, this is kind of a tautology, right? I would be bigger on Twitch if I could, if only I had more people watching. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's kind of how Twitch has decided to define success, right? Like, not every streaming platform ranks things by the number of people watching, but Twitch absolutely does. So it's meaningless to turn around and say, if more people were watching me, I'd be more successful. It's like, well, yeah, that's kind of that's kind of selecting on the dependent variable, I suppose, would be the analogy. Again, we'll see if the AI can handle this. I might wind up losing the destroyer, so. No, we didn't lose anything. Cool. So now we're gonna loot the different factories. Heavy weapons factory. A massive heavy weapons factory. This massive complex once built many of the Star Union's heavy military equipment. Now it is derelict, waiting to be looted. Grants 20 production to the colony it is linked to. Heavy units built in the owner colony gain 1 armor. So I'm a little nervous about whether or not I'm biting off more than I can chew here, so I'm going to be a scumbag. That's not the group I thought I was moving in. I need the boss lady for this. I suspect the game is going to lose this, but I want to see if I can get away with this. But yeah, I think the big thing is that there's definitely, people have some evaluations in terms of where their strengths lie and what's keeping them back. But what was really interesting to me is that I actually got to see someone who I was really trying to sort of help, for lack of a better term, help find their way. Like, they really seemed invested in making Twitch a thing, like even a livelihood. And they seemed to get really distressed about sort of a lack of activity in their channel and whatnot. But what really interested me was that I saw this person, so as I don't know if it was like a joke or if it was a... Oh, you know what? I should have seen if I could get away with the mighty roar. Sorry to do this, but... I wish this had an undo button like Old World. And they definitely had this view that, I'm really good with people, I'm just not really good at talking... I'm just not really good at talking when there aren't people inside of it. So a legit, like, top of the list Fortnite streamer hosted him one day. And their reaction was to... So they first of all didn't look at chat. So I think probably 20 minutes went by before they realized what happened. And then the reaction was to blame chat for them not winning that level. They're apparently a bit too busy looking at chat or like looking at the follows or something like that. So, you know, clearly when you have someone like that, who's saying, you know, I'm really good with people, I just need people to show up. Okay, so I couldn't take advantage of that. Well, that's a shame. I'm not in as good of a position as I would have been before, but that's fine. We'll play the position and see. We'll see where it goes. I'm not going to try and get cover in this case. I think I'm just going to go straight for the face. So one of the things I need to do is strip the armor off of this thing as quickly as possible. I really don't want to set myself up for getting blown up. Okay, I'm going to try something here. If it doesn't work, well, it's worth a shot. I was hoping I'd be able to get more, and I didn't accomplish anything that I wanted. All right, this is going to be tough. But yeah, so I mean, this is the big thing. Is like, you know, you can have a conception of yourself, and it's, you know, not my place to tell people, you know, who they are as a person and where their strengths lie, but you know, the fact of the matter is that, like, for this particular guy, when the time came for them to say that this thing that was holding them back, you know, when they were finally kind of tested on that, arguably they became a worse caster. Like, they seemed to turn it into... I mean, again, like, if you're going to blame chat for losing Fortnite, then I'm not quite sure what you're supposed to do. Now I know why it lost the Vorderon. Holy crap, I'm lucky they didn't...
Operations ready.
Alright, well, first things first. Now, I would like to eat a fiery dude. Nom 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 nom. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Enemy annihilated.
That's bad. Alright, so I need to drop a lot of blinding on this area. Yeah, this is a tricky position I'm in. So backlash is going to happen one way or the other.
Enemy destroyed.
So let's see what the consequences are. But Kaylee Cake's had some different things to say. But yeah, like in my view, it's like, you know, being able to talk to people about questions that they have in chat is really rewarding. I really like doing that, but it's not the only thing that I do. Being able to talk about the game is also very enjoyable to me. It helps me clarify what I'm thinking strategy-wise. So like this, clearly, I am not equipped for. Like this is a fire unit. I can usually handle an elite. I definitely can't handle two elites. And they just wreck the Vorderon. They just focus that thing down with fire, and it's hopeless.
Unit has fallen.
You know, all of that really works for me. Actually, in this case, I think I'll just go back to... We will say we'll pillage the locations when we have a better army. Yeah, the main point of that, I mean, again, I don't really want to dump on the... I mean, there's a couple of things about that story that, you know, if I'm honest, again, I'm going to sound really catty because I already talked about how, like, a stream that I modded for, like, had some maybe ulterior motives in terms of their stream team and whatnot, but like that particular streamer, they're very fond of assigning blame for certain things. And what I noticed was that they would, like, I would spend a lot of time sort of talking with them because they definitely had some stuff that was going on in their life which was, you know, not great. They were not feeling they're not feeling too good about where they were at. You know, I try and bring some perspective where I can. But what I noticed was that, again, when they started to face... That counts as a risky battle, huh? Yeah, I don't really want to lose the... Oh, crap. Okay, I guess I'm jumping in. Oh, hang on. This is the... Okay, this is a different group than I thought it would be. Oh, but it's a chance for me to learn. I've not encountered a Mega Beetle adult yet, so this will be educational. Yeah, I definitely noticed that for all the time that I spent with them, eventually, you know, the attention turned to me, and suddenly I was the reason they weren't growing as much. And there was a certain point where it's like, well, you know, there's definitely some time that I could have used that time very differently than how I did. And I'm maybe not too crazy about hearing how I'm the reason for your problems. So that was the time to maybe say goodbye. But with that in mind, right? Like in the end, I think every streamer wants to grow. I think that's a good ambition to have. I just think it's really important to keep some perspective in terms of, you know, how you pursue it. And there's something that Jeff Bezos says about Amazon, which is to keep it customer focused as opposed to competitor focused. Because the competitor in the end is never going to spend $1 on Amazon, right? Barnes and Noble never bought books from Amazon. Amazon needs to appeal to the people who do buy books. Well, other things now, obviously. And I think that's a mentality that works quite well for streaming too. Like you can focus so much on. I mean, you hear this in so many different ways, right? You know, oh, if only these women weren't streaming, or, you know, oh, you know, it's not really about the gaming anymore. You know, the music category is keeping me from getting bigger or whatever. You know, there's really never going to be a guaranteed audience for anything that you do. And there can be some very helpful reflections on maybe why people watch your stuff and some areas where you can improve. Like for me, I would be nice. I think digressions are helpful, but I tend to go on them too long. I actually really like this model. I'm going to read the dialogue here as well, but some reflection is helpful. But when it suddenly becomes, you know, once you start sort of saying, you know, if this external thing didn't exist, then I would be rich and famous. I think that's where that can become unhealthy. And unfortunately, there definitely is a tendency, you know, it's the same thing too, like people who show up when the purple check marks show up in chat, or, you know, people who kind of, nobody wants to be in a conversation with someone where you feel like you're sort of a means to an end. And I tend to notice, like, if you go to certain Twitch meetups and that, it's kind of like there's a terrible game going on where, you know, you have to walk away with as few business cards as possible, but you needed to have given as many as possible. And those are really unpleasant to go to. Kaylee says, you're also someone that's super appreciative of your viewers and community, and you get really frustrated when you watch big streamers make fun of the people in chat and stuff, because it's like they... Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're very kind, Kaylee Cakes. But, I mean, that's not without limit, right? Like, you know, I like talking about your cast because I'm genuinely happy that you're casting again, and I like hanging out with you. You've got a very pleasant environment, and you're a very nice person, and you share stuff that I don't normally get to see. I don't know any other baking streamers, so among other things, right? Like I said, you play a type of game that I haven't quite been able to get to grips with, and being able to watch you appreciate games like that gives me a better insight in terms of gaming that I wouldn't normally have. Little Derek Hampton loved his beetle baby, Bulby. He cried the night that Bulby went to sleep and grew a hard-shell cocoon. The man who sold Derek his beloved pet told him to return Bulby if he ever did this, but Derek didn't have the heart. He hid Bulby from the colony. Despite all the warnings that Bulby would turn into a terrible monster with huge mandibles that could bite through walls and spit gobs of deadly venom, Derek believed Bulby would still be his beloved friend. He was wrong. Everyone died. Terratech PR Galactic, RV9504A, don't be a Derek. I believe I have actually seen this before. So it's still the same, Pincer Attack and Beetle Mortar. I'm going to assume that this thing has got an absolutely massive area of effect, though. And Scything Claws, Infection X. When it is killed, it comes back to life 1 turn later with 70% health, -2 armor, and deals plus 20% damage. Okay. So this is why it's really important to read this stuff. Normally I would be taking this thing down. What I want to be doing now is actually want to be taking out the beetle. Oh, crap. Okay, no, here's what I want to do. I want to make sure... God, I should have read this before I started this fight. This may not actually be one that I can take on. What I want to be doing here... I want to get everyone's health down to sort of like a minimum, and then I want to kill everything on the same turn. This is going to be hard. But it'll be fun. You know, Vorderons are designed to go right up the middle and cause people grief, so. Lancer. Again, I want to avoid any of the venom attacks. This is one that I'm not going to feel bad about resetting if I have to, because I think I would have waited for reinforcements if I'd known that they had this this Infection X bonus. Okay, I'm going to feel really bad about this, but I want to try and get a blind down. Alright. Oh my god. I might make an exception on the Infection X to gobble up one of these beetle babies.
Operations ready.
Nom 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 nom.
Enemy eliminated.
So making a total 360 in conversation, Jacob and I turned your whole living room into what you're calling bed couch. We connected 2 couches with a futon laid down in between them and then put a bunch of blankets and pillows on it. Let's just say that the dogs are loving it. That sounds very fun. You know what? Given the fact that they had to waste some time removing the blinds, alright, not so good. That strategy only works if I actually get a result. So this is gonna be a tough round, I think. I'm still gonna try this strategy of spreading out the damage. But I'm starting to question the wisdom. If it seems weird that I'm sort of running ahead like this with some of these units, it's basically because I need to... it's because I need to make sure that they don't get hit by the area of effect attacks. All right. If I did biochemical maceration, macerating biochemical agent is released in a 1 hex radius, reducing affected units' biochemical resistance by -3 for 3 turns, and also have a. You know what? I'm not able to throw it on as many units as I normally would want. But these are definitely some units that I want to be doing, taking some bio damage. So let's see if we can make something happen with that. Yeah, okay, this is good. So the more debuffs I apply to my enemies, the more the more tempo I gain. This is good. Wow! That does some serious damage. Okay, so I'm really interested in the fact that the beetles that this is hard. Okay, well I gotta do cleansing light on this guy, otherwise... Oh, that's a pain in the ass. Okay. Alright, so I can't do anything. Yeah. It's just a big old waste of time. Alright. I'm debating about whether or not I want to try and make these guys panic, or if there's something more interesting I can do. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Laser lance. So they're going to blow up, unfortunately.
Enemy eliminated.
I got to try and inflict the soul burn if I can. Nice. So now we get some bonuses for that. I'm kind of breaking the strategy here, but...
Enemy annihilated. Enemy eliminated.
He died a little too soon. Damn it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I thought that was coming back at a slightly different time than it did. This is a really bad position for us to be in. Okay. We don't quite have enough to take him out yet, so let's say... Alright, this is how I can solve this puzzle.
Enemy eliminated.
going to be a costly win, but it'll be a
Enemy
win.
destroyed.
I don't know if I'll get the flank off of this, but there's no call. Okay. This is just softening up the armor as much as possible. It still has one, oddly enough. And then, of course, here, even if it has the Overwatch, that's fine, because we're still taking it out. Although it'll blow up
Enemy
and
down.
damage the border on.
Our forces are victorious.
Alright, that was a bit different from what I was expecting, but we didn't lose any units, so I did better than the AI. Why did I do this again? Oh, that's right, because we own this territory and we want all the goodies to ourselves. Okay,
Operations primed and ready.
I'm not quite ready to fire off the Soulfire yet. I'm gonna prime Blessing of Starlight just in case things go a bit scary.
Production ready. Production ready. Production ready.
Alright. So clearly the AI has got more than enough to cause me some problems on this side of the map. I definitely need to get my army in shape. It might be best for me to just try and nibble some of these border areas while I wind up building heavier units, because this is definitely a lot sooner than I wanted these engagements to be happening. Okay, looks like they're not properly chasing after me, though. Pteranodon Commune!
Everything about it inspires me. The way it stalks and consumes its prey. The spray of blood as its teeth puncture our enemies. I don't care how many trainers it eats. I must ride one into battle. Charizard, the Crimson Queen.
Charizard? So something tells me that this is actually what Kaylee Cakes would say. So I can go all the way for Arborian Queen Commune. That'll take me 8 turns, or I can try and sort of augment my existing. Now you know what? Let's go for the top tier unit, and then I can think about what mods I want after the fact.
For too long, our world has been a loose conglomerate of frontier settlements. We cannot afford to ignore one another if there is the threat of an attack. We need to activate global policies and doctrines. It's time we unify. Percival Lord, first governor of Horizon Alpha.
So this gives me another doctrine slot. This is good. But let's... Okay, so I can do intelligence gathering, infiltrate ops center. What does that give me? View a list of special non-convert. Not bad, but I feel like we can do better. They moved energy siphon deeper down the... I think that's the right call, actually. I think in this case I'm going to do orbital relay development or deployment. My reason for doing so is I have a feeling that I'm going to need more mobility than I currently have. Alright, so I'm going to move these guys into the Spore Cloud because this army's going to be doing the hazard removal. The rest, I guess we were on our way to unlocking that Cosmite. Again, I wanted to have ships for that, but it's taking too long, so... I can always rush the production if it comes down to it, but I feel like I've got other options. How close can we get you? And can I do this without losing a unit? This is me being a scumbag again. I'm also getting a little conscious of the time, so. Almost lost something. Ooh, 35 Cosmite, that's great. We should have added these guys to the fight. They would have gotten some experience. Okay, everybody here is just gonna sit and heal. And I'm hoping these guys can annex the Xenoevolution Labs. I just want to see the furthest one, two. Yeah, so actually it may be that I'm not allowed to go further than 3. Now that kind of sucks because I would have put this colony in this sector had I known that. And indeed, it looks like I don't have the option. So it does mean I'm going to need to build another colony building, but that's fine. What I'll do instead is I'll take... this was an attractive option anyway. So we'll annex that, and then I just need to make sure that I put down another colony. Knowing what I know now, it probably makes the most sense for me to put down this colony here, because then I can do 1, 2, 3, and I could do either 4 or 4.
Operations primed and ready. Production ready.
That's a lot of production. Okay. Let's just make sure everything that needs to be queued up is queued up. That laser beam should be the last upgrade that I do. Does more mobility equal more dino? Well, I suppose more dinos are more mobile. But no, unfortunately, I do not believe more mobility... Well, it implicitly creates more dinos for me because I will... I'll have enough reason to sort of move them around to the places they need to be. I'm trying to shoehorn this in as well as I can. I'm just making sure that my production is where it needs to be. Reslafen should be changing. These should no longer be... these should actually no longer be food. And apparently I can't decide what the Carib Wilderness is going to become. Oh, right, because we've already done that.
Production ready. Production ready. Production ready.
I don't think I've ever had an empire this big. It's fun, but man, there's a lot to do.
Happiness event in colony. Happiness event in colony. Happiness event in colony.
Now here's an interesting question for me. We've got 5 of 5 sectors. Is there anyone who doesn't have 5 sectors? Because at this point I feel like we don't need to be sharing food anymore. 4 of 5 sectors. Yeah, okay, so. Although I suppose if I just hit share and nobody's taking, then the production is the same. So you're gonna be giggling like a schoolgirl for hours at what you just heard. What did you hear on the news, Uncle Cranky? Oh, I forgot to do the doctrine. That was silly of me. I'm also really hoping that... Interesting. I don't know where that Marauder came from. I'm going to do auto combat. And 1. Well, let's see if we can do something more exciting. It's going to be tough. Bombardon is no joke. And we don't really have any of our traditional defenses, but I am determined to make the most of this. You know, they're the ones who are coming after me. I probably should be... I should be making them come to me, not rushing into battle. So these guys are helpful cover, except for the fact that they have a Bombardon, which is going to be making that a little more complicated to deal with. Alright, so let's see if I can take advantage of the high ground and some blinding. And we'll see what the scenario produces.
Operations ready.
I want to say damn it, Cranky, but that is kind of funny. Okay, I'm going to take a bit of a risk here. So right now they've got Overwatch. But I should be able to... Yeah. They may still get their attacks out of this, but this is a nice starting position. I'm not crazy about both. Let's try and take a few of the lighter pieces for now. If I have the ability to scan anything. Okay. I think I'm going to do the scan on the Bombardon just for the damage bonus. And then I can also try and inflict some sleep on anybody who I don't like. Now, the big question would be, do I want to use any of these operations? The more I can stagger this thing, the better off I am. Alright, I have no idea what the hell it's shooting, but it scares me. That was a blinded unit.
Has fallen.
I might retry this one. Again, I broke my rule of not paying attention to the what the enemy units do. So I got to get the men down. I wanted to try and do a sleep, but I'm really trying to earn. I'm trying to earn my next turn. So, and in this case, let's hit them with. Cannot be affected. Okay. So yeah, we'll do a laser strike just to take this piece off the board.
Enemy down.
Okay, not great. So that obviously doesn't do as much healing because of the lack of enlightenment. Now sleep. 65, 80%. I think in this case I'm going to try and get the 2 turns on the Bombardon. Damn it. basically just so I can try and get some extra time on the other damage-dealing units.
Enemy down.
So, I mean, we're not in a terrible spot, but they're almost certainly going to be able to take out one of my units. And at that point, I'm not sure I have enough to be able to take out something like the bomber. Oh, god damn it, that's... I don't see any way of getting out of this. I am going to try restarting this, though, because I feel like I should... Like, knowing what I know now about that Vanguard unit, I feel like we might be able to save this thing. I expect this to be featured on your stream, Uncle Cranky. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do here... This is probably the wrong way to think about it. I am going to do... I'm going to stay put for the first turn.
Operations available.
Okay, so... what can I do with this? Here's an interesting idea. So if we start with biochemical maceration... I mean, who wouldn't, Uncle Cranky? Alright. So this sort of maximizes the damage that my archers can do against this thing. We're still vulnerable to their other attacks. I just want an idea of how close I need to get to this beastie. Alright. Ooh. I am not fond of these options. Alright, well, I gotta work with what I've been given, so... Problem is, a lot of this winds up being very pointless when the Biomancer just comes in and heals up that unit. So, this thing's got 18 health left. Oh, but I've already used my operations, so... Yeah, that's not a surprise. Let's see what the butcher's bill is. Pretty sure we lose that unit. Yeah, that's smart.
Unit destroyed.
Okay. So I'm still treating this as public enemy number 1. Alright, not great. If I do Spirit Flash... I'm gonna risk it. Alright, looks like they resisted the stagger, so I might have just cost us this fight.
Unit lost.
I really feel like this is one that can be won. What? Alright.
Unit destroyed.
I must be misunderstanding what that stagger does. Like, that inflict soul burn and stagger for 2 hexes feels like a really strong power. or like it looks like a really strong power, and then when it actually gets used, it seems anything but. So what I'm going to try here is I'm going to try and get people into the positions where I wanted them last time. This might give them a chance to shoot at us. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I mean, I think as long as we're able to sort of manage when and where the damage is coming from, this is very easy to...
Operations ready.
Oh, do you mind the real Hieronymus? I would get confused about this. On where my stuff gets labeled, was there a Twitch plays that I forgot to put up? Or forgot to take down? All right. So some of the problems I've been running into, I've not been able to break up their formation. So it's the fact that when one of them is in range, the rest of the team is able to take me out. Oh, Bast Worshipper, what the fuck is your problem, dude? I just talked about somebody backseating. I know it's a free action. That is not the problem I'm running into. I don't want to be told how to play these games. I could not possibly be more clear about this. I was ready to do this stream for another hour, and you guys are making me seriously doubt that decision. Like, how more clear do I need to be on this? No other streamer gets this kind of treatment. It's only small streamers that people keep coming in and thinking that they can just play the game for other people. If you did this in Man vs. Game channel, you would be banned without a warning. Okay? Stop telling me how to play the game. If you can't stand watching the stream under those circumstances, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to find another channel to do that in. Okay? At the very least, ask if somebody wants help, because I guarantee you, when streamers talk in private about streams, none of them ever say, "Thank God that person told me how to play the game." It is the most frustrating thing to deal with on this channel, is the fact that people just do not respect the fact that I want to play the game for myself, I want to make the mistakes for myself, and I don't really care if I win or lose. I want to try my own things, and if you are capable of reading the game, it would be wonderful if you guys assumed that I was capable of reading the exact same documents you do. It's not just you, Bast Worshipper. Okay? I appreciate your apology, but like, I need to be as clear as I possibly can be, you know, how much of a drag it is to have to do this almost every single stream.
Operations ready.
Okay. So the problem I have with this one is the AoE that comes out as a result. Okay, actually, you know what? I've never been a huge fan of Spirit Flash. So that might... Okay, I'm getting it now. I don't 100% understand why only one of these seems to be able to be staggered out of it. Non-mindless enemy Spirit flashes brightly, causing soul burn and high impact stagger to itself and all enemies in a 2. Yeah, so I feel like that should be applied to everybody. Now, one thing... Okay, no, because it's a stagger, they'd still be able to deliver a heal. So what that's supposed to be getting me is a little bit of tempo, but I do still need to deal with the fact that this guy's going to be coming back with a nasty attack. I'm much more interested in the thorn roots, because that helps me keep people from... moving. But that's not really going to do what I need right now. Okay, I really hate that I'm doing this. Oh wait, I've already used my action. I was going to do biochemical maceration. This is the worst possible solution. I don't think that warned me about an Overwatch. You know what? I'm sorry. That backseating thing actually really bugged me. I really don't want to. I really don't want to end the stream. My energy for keeping on doing this has just completely fallen. So if you don't mind, I'm just gonna take a few seconds. I'm gonna get a glass of water. I'm just gonna go scream in a pillow or something like that, because like I have gone from being like really engaged in this game right now to really not wanting to play anymore. So I'm gonna take a quick minute, and we'll see if we can come back and get a little bit more. All right. Thank you for those who are still hanging out. Bast Worshipper again. I don't want to make a big deal thing because like the whole time I spent away from the keyboard was to get past this. If you just came in, I had quite literally just finished dealing with that. So, like, don't feel like you're being singled out. That was more than one person, but it's a thing that happens on the stream, and every time it happens, like I have in the past actually gotten to a point where I just say I'm stopping casting altogether because like it's the easiest way to kill my enjoyment of a game, and frankly, I'm not going to do this unless I'm having fun. But like I said, I don't want to dwell on it. The whole point of stepping away from the keyboard was to try and get a little bit more out of this, but it's probably unlikely that we're going to finish this campaign mission tonight. Now, unfortunately, this is the one thing that I hate, and I'm sure some of you can get at least a small bit of grim amusement out of this fact. I just remembered that the whole reason why that battle was happening in the first place was because this unit was on its way to here. I mean, the whole reason I ended the encounter was because of that. So I hate doing stuff like this, but it's very clear I'm not gonna be in any shape to finish this if I have to do that encounter again. So I'm going to cheat and spend resources to rush that production. That'll give me a slight advantage. I mean, I suppose I can also try and move units closer, but I'm going to keep them where they are.
Production ready.
I still want military innovations. Oh boy! This is gonna put me in a good mood. Alright, that's fine. I'm holding back. So the extra Amazon is going to give me a blind. Obviously, I'm slightly biasing this against the AI winning the encounter because I said that they can't use tactical operations, whereas I very frequently use them. I'm not 100% sure if the game gives height advantages. I feel like it does, but I can't actually think of a moment when I've seen definitively that it does that. What I think I'm going to do, though, I think I'm going to embrace the fact that the Bombardons are going to do their damage. And I'm going to try and embrace the fact that I have sort of mobile cover. So this is a lot more aggressive than where I normally would want to be. Yeah, this one I'm not so sure about. You know what? This is the point where I'm going to experiment and learn. That's interesting. That's a lot more cautious than they've been in the past. So again, the aim here is for the cover. I'm less excited by this, but I think I can still work with it. Okay. I suspect the counterattack on this is going to be really devastating. Hey, Isepson. I don't take attendance. Always very happy to see you here. Now I have a really good reason for not ending the cast when I was going to, so. It's always very lovely to see you. Now, one of the things I want to try and focus on... Oh, okay, that's a shame. One of the things I want to try and focus on here... Oh, hang on, these aren't modded, so it's not gonna rip apart the armor anyway. Alright, that's a little bit of a bummer. Yeah, the damage actually isn't going to be quite what I wanted it to be then. But that's fine, we'll make the most of what we've got here. So again, probably not the smartest move in the world to cluster up all the units like this, but... I really need to find out what the hell those mods are, because that is terrifying. So that's definitely something new I learned about that one. It's not just that it does a ridiculous amount of damage, that's all AoE. So I'm not even going to try and go to the end of that one. We're just going to go right back to the beginning and we'll see how I can handle it. One thing I will say for the last attempt, there definitely seemed to be some very meaningful gains from sort of going aggressive. So what I'm going to try this time around is I'm going to make the most of the cover that I've been given, if I can. So I'm pretty sure at this point we're straight in firing range. In fact, this one I'm probably able to be flanked. But given what I know now about the way that that AoE works, I'm gonna try and so the idea here is that these have sort of their repeating attacks. So, oh god, yeah, those are like insta-kills. Alright, so that's probably too aggressive on the other way, but again, we'll see where it takes us. I don't see an Overwatch actually accomplishing anything here. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I don't actually see this working, but let's see what happens. If I was them, I'd be scanning my archers right now. Okay, fair enough. This might be a blind. That is so interesting that they fear those units more than anything else. Fascinating. So normally the Bombardon would be public enemy number 1 here.
Operations available.
But they basically just gave me a gift. I'm not 100% sure what the reasoning there was. So it's a fire burst, 12 chance for burning, 75% of their damage. So it's just the fire burst mod. I mean, they've also got other stuff, but oh my god. Okay, that's another thing. 1 action point upon dealing the killing blow to an enemy. This is a slightly better shot. I really don't want to dedicate one of my archers. Alright, so that's one of the biggest threats off of the table. That's good. I need to be a little more thoughtful about how I'm going to use this. So I'm going to do the mend. Oh, see, what I should have done, I should have moved her back and then did the mend, but now I'm going to try and chip down the Amazon. It's so close to delivering it. I'm not crazy about this choice, but it seems to me that nuking her from orbit is justifiable. So now we get to swarm the Bombardon, or we get to take out the... And they have a resurrection spell! Jesus Christ. Okay. That is a tough customer. I'm not entirely convinced that we're going to be able to take this thing out on one go. But this is the best chance I have with my bio attacks. And crits. Okay. It's starting to get exciting.
Enemy down.
Oh, interesting. I didn't think we were gonna get that last step. Okay, in this case, I'll just stand and deliver. I think the game knew I was getting frustrated and decided to have mercy. All right.
Victory is ours.
The real problem with this one is that I didn't actually learn. So, like, clearly in multiplayer you can't undo and then just rebuild your militia. The big problem in terms of learning on this one is that the reason I won was that they decided to target the Sentinels. And had they not done so, they would have, so if they had, it's pretty clear that 2 of their units can, so the big challenge that came from, the Marauder units was the fact that the Trooper and the Bombardon on their own could take out a single Huntress or Bowman or whatever, the Huntress militia. So the problem here is once the Huntress militia goes away, I don't really have any ways of dealing damage. And so the most effective way to sort of deal with that, and particularly when I rush them up to the front lines, if you have units that take out 2 per turn, you know, even losing one of these things makes it possible that I'm not able to take out one of these units on its own. So basically, this is a race that I lose. So yeah, the biggest problem is that if the lesson out of this encounter is, you know, wait for the enemy to make a questionable placement decision, you know, I'm not entirely sure that there's a big lesson out of it. However, it's very clear how vulnerable I am to some of the top, tier 3 mods. That, unfortunately, I don't have any... I don't really have any good answers for. God. I don't know what pissed off the Marauders, but it's going to be very hard for me to try and to start taking the Kiriko territory. I'm going to hold on to the illusion that I'm going to be able to take them at sea. So we'll stay put for now. Oh, that's good to know. I've been wanting to experiment a bit. I don't have... Oh, sorry. So Kaylee Cakes and the Eyes of Sin are talking about baking. I've also been very careful when approaching anything gluten-free because unless you have an environment that has never had gluten in it, it is virtually impossible to keep gluten out of something, even with gluten-free ingredients. Oh, I did not know that. That's good to know. You've been wanting to experiment a bit. You don't have any issues with gluten, so you're not looking to make anything strictly gluten-free, but you really like the idea of using nuts and seeds in bread, and you want to try making something coarser. You want to try making something that keeps well, too. Maybe something that you can ship to... I feel like I should be sending you food, not the other way around, Sin. A flavorful sailor's bread, a more appealing version of ship biscuits. You're making me want to have a second dinner now with the Eyes of Sin. Although, let me be honest with you. If you wanted to know what will make my mood better, the idea of the Eyes of Sin and Kaylee Cakes conspiring to get me food, that is definitely something that brightens the evening. This is going to be a complete pain in the ass to deal with. I am either going to lose a ton of units, or I'm going to have to build a whole dedicated army to get this Cosmite. The thing is that the 5 extra Cosmite really is worth it. I think in this case, I want to try and wrap this up. So, against my better judgment, I really do want to start getting the Pteranodons and whatnot. But I think I'm gonna... I think I want to try and get... I want to try and get some units in a position to get a toehold against the enemy. See, the thing is that I say that, but I also know that shipping to Canada is a disgrace. So, the way I figure it, Kaylee Cakes can transmit the knowledge to Sin. I PayPal Sin the shipping costs, and everybody winds up happy.
Operations primed and ready.
Palatial propaganda networks, the government palace at the heart of the planetary communications network that we can use to spread propaganda across the globe, greatly increasing our international standing. Well, that's not really going to do anything for me right now. What I neglected, of course, was the extra doctrine that I got. So, So karmic application, we accept everyone who we can possibly sway to follow the Celestian way. By aiding others, we reveal to them the one and only truth. The cooldown for requesting a new quest, not quite what I need. Definitely don't need the builder. Economist might be interesting because of the extra 10 resources. That's going to mean more science. A technologist, 2 tactical operations points, and tactical operations are 15% cheaper to use. I feel like that is going to be... I think this is probably the most important one I could be bringing on at the moment. I also think there might be an argument for me getting rid of verdant growth because each food sector now provides an additional 15 food. The problem is I need to find what doctrine I want to replace it with. So I'll leave that be for now.
Sector annexed.
I was going to say, Kaylee Cakes can almost be sounding like a bakery gatekeeper. Oh, you like cakes, Fast Worshipper? What's your favorite cake? Name your 3 favorite cakes. Red velvet's very nice. Not very discerning. You really like white cake with chocolate icing. I don't think I've ever had... I've had the opposite. I don't think I've ever had that other one around. And you also like something like lemon pound. I actually really like lemon meringue pie, but I've had very few cakes overall.
Production ready.
Ugh. I'm not really looking forward to taking on the Kirko. They're big and scary, and I don't know where the capital is. If I did, that would be so much
Production ready.
better.
Doctrine enacted. Production ready.
At some point, I also need to figure out what the hell I'm doing with a colonizer. Oh, you know what? That's Oven Will's job. Also, I'm going to do a quick audit of my armies. I know there was one more with an upgrade. I think it was you? Alright, everything else is kind of built out to what it needs. So, in practical terms, I have sort of 3 full armies and then my slush army, or originally scout, ready to go. So that gives me a toehold. I think the problem is that it's one thing to take territory, it's a whole other thing to keep it. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to find out exactly how strong the Kirko are once I start taking territories from them. Maybe the answer will be to raise the areas rather than claim them. Swedish chocolate cake? It's Paradox chocolate cake if it's Swedish. I was actually going to say, I am very fond of that. You're gotta be kidding me. This is going to be character building. What was I going to say? So because I like the Netherlands so much, the fact that Triumph is based in the Netherlands and then Paradox is Paradox, this is apparently my perfect game.
Operations primed and ready.
I also need to remember that I've got, I actually have some reasonably strong operations primed. I think in this case I'm going to do the steel maps. Well, we still got more. I don't mind that they know. I just mind that I'm not actually informed about... I'm not really informed about where the capital is. I think I'll do another monitor. All right. I still want to try and claim this Cosmite, so... We'll see if we can get them in on the party. It's not likely. All right. Now, this colonizer. I think the plan was... Actually, I have a few options. So I could put one here, and then it's 1, 2, 3. Actually, I think I'm going to place it here because of the science. Yeah, that gives me access to everything that I want. Now again, this is the thing you're never supposed to do in games like this, and that's send out a naked colony. But I do it all the time. This is actually, so for all I say that that's a terrible idea, I've never actually dealt with the consequences yet. And apparently I bankrupted myself. Alright, well, what I'll do is I'll come up with my perfect Pteranodon and Bombardon, and then I'll find out how expensive it all is. So definitely an acidic composite. Oh yes! I want to be taking a minute and seeing exactly what the enemy is packing. So extra shields won't hurt. Nope, but I prefer this. Okay. So there's my Super Bombardon. And my Super T-Rex. Glorious. So these are pretty much must-have, something to boost its attack and something to... I love Shield of Remorse. I'm thinking the Advanced Instinct controller because being able to get those morale bonuses is pretty huge. Yeah, we'll do that. But again, we're short on energy, so in this case I'll generate the energy for a little while. Oh, Sunny Sun. Or sorry, Sunny Sun. I can't believe I still mispronounced that name after the time. This is Age of Wonders Planetfall. If you've never played the Age of Wonders games, they're a 4X style fantasy series. And what's kind of unique about them is that there's a little bit more of a military focus. So in addition to sort of building... So like you can build a great civilization and there are sort of non-violent ways of winning. But for the most part, a given game is usually going to end when you conquer an enemy. And one of the big sort of features of that series was you would have these heroes. Again, it's a little bit like reading fantasy books. You've got these larger-than-life figures that kind of come in and perform these incredible feats on the battlefield. So they're not always necessarily magicians, but you can have sort of great warriors, and you know, there's sort of this RPG-ish element where you keep developing your commanders and whatnot. Now, Triumph Studios was bought by Paradox, the publisher, this game, Age of Wonders Planetfall, is the first game that they've sort of published as a subsidiary of Paradox Interactive. And so it's still the Age of Wonders game. There's still this basic idea of you have sort of these great leaders that are running around, leading these super armies and whatnot. But they've done some really interesting changes to it. So first of all, it's set in a science fiction world, and a really unique one. It definitely, I feel like they've really kind of swung for the fences in terms of developing some really original and really interesting factions to sort of populate this world. They've simplified quite a bit of the building. So where the previous games were a bit like Civilization, where you'd have individual resource yields on hexes, now it's a little bit more of a sector system. So you have some depth in terms of your economy, but you're not doing quite as much micromanaging as you used to in the previous games. And again, the combat, one of the ways I like to describe this game is it's sort of like an inverted XCOM. So for instance, where, you can take a game like Civilization and you'll have, one unit attack another unit and the battle will take place on the strategic map. And then you have a game like XCOM where you'll have, say, you'll have the strategic map and you'll decide what battle you want to deal with. But in the end, the game's really driven by that tactical map of where you're moving your individual units and trying to get flanks and whatnot. Age of Wonders is built in such a way that you have the strategic map, and that's sort of the heart of the game. But when you go to combat, the hex that you attack and then the surrounding 6 hexes are going to participate in the combat. And then the combat sort of is this turn-based tactical experience. So I completely forgot that we have a mission to do here. I hope I can get by skimping on the mission. So basically, the driving force is still the strategic layer of the game, but there's definitely this greater emphasis and this greater detail in terms of the combat. So I think it's really good. There's really nothing other. I feel like there's nothing quite like it. I think that Endless Legend does a few things that Age of Wonders brought to the strategy genre, but Age of Wonders has really done this nice job of giving you that feeling of like going into dungeons to get powerful artifacts to help your war effort and whatnot. And Planetfall is just the latest iteration of the series, and I feel like they did a really good job of making it something special.
Production ready.
Did you put much time into Age of Wonders 3? If so, is that available? No, actually, the time that I put into Age of Wonders 3 was really on my own. I started playing Planetfall because basically because Paradox offered me a press key for it. So, which is of course not to say I wouldn't have played it on my own. I tremendously enjoy the Age of Wonders games, but yeah, I must admit, I don't have any of that. I don't have any Age of Wonders 3 on the YouTube channel because I ultimately played it on my own time. It's funny actually. In anticipation of Planetfall, I really wanted to. I actually really wanted to do some Age of Wonders 3 videos, and I ultimately didn't deliver because just a whole bunch of other stuff kind of came up. Yeah, no problem, Sunny's on Sun. I definitely like the series quite a bit. I think if you're not a fan of 4X games,
event in Colony.
It's a hard sell, but I really enjoy 4X games. I love Civ, I love the Endless games, and I really feel like Age of Wonders has sort of carved out a special place for itself. So I'll try the auto combat. I don't... Oh, wow. And stay down. I feel like Age of Wonders has really kind of carved out a special place for itself. Alright, apparently I win one battle and then I think I'm unstoppable. I'm gonna not do that right now because I also want the... There we go. I'm not crazy about the damage that the units took, but... So that's not an example of what the combat actually looks like in this game. I just took advantage of the auto-resolve. I'll definitely show you what some of the... You're a new fan to 4X. Okay. Well, I'll definitely do at least one more battle so you can see sort of what's going on in this game.
Orbital relays provide vital support to winning a war. In truth, war is all logistics. Well-supplied troops can contain a whole countryside seething with rebellion, and one slip-up can be fatal. If troops run out of ammo, are hungry, can't wipe their backsides, or their body armor is in a crate on a shipping dock instead of at the front lines, they're as good as dead. Darcy Pinker, Quartermaster General.
So one of the things that's always tough for me here is the orbital relay exploitation. These are really big, but I haven't really gotten to a point where I've made the most use for them. So if I can on this playthrough, I am trying to get to the end. I'm going to try and be a little more thoughtful in where I put these things. But actually, Sunny Sunsun, because you say you're a new fan of 4X games, would you mind giving me some examples of the sort of stuff that you're interested in? I want to do research and development, but I'm going to do energy development just because I know some of these at least give you discounts on building units. Here are the unit upgrades that I was talking about. So this is one of the heroes, and she. I guess I need to make her an infantry commander before anything else. Stellaris, okay. Yeah, so Stellaris is quite a bit different from this one in the sense that Stellaris is a pausable real-time strategy game, whereas this one, it's turn-based. But similar ideas in terms of kind of the, you've got a tech tree. This game actually does something really interesting with tech where you get 2 research options. So there's one military, one society. And so you don't have the same sort of guns and butter decisions that you tend to make in other games. For this one, you're able to basically the choice is basically you get
Operations
one.
primed and ready.
You get one for each. You get one for each type of innovation you want to make. I'm just trying to think about where would I get the most for the vision. This would definitely give me some information for the invasion, but I feel like this is not gonna last as long as I need it to. So I think here I'm just gonna. Well, this is gonna get caught if it's on a roadway, so let's put it in the woods. And unfortunately, I don't really have the money to keep priming these things forever, so I think we're going to just work with the imperfect information we have. Okay. It says low risk. Let's see if we lose anything. No! I don't have the... I like the plant people. Let's see if we can make them live. So here's going to be an example of the combat. Now this is going to be a particularly tricky one because this is sea-based combat. These are all sea-based units, which means that my units that are not sea-based or flying suffer sort of a penalty for certain effects, status effects. So the ideal strategy will be one that lets me sort of pick off individual units. But it looks like they definitely want to be... It looks like they definitely want to be keeping as a big group. Alright, pheromone spray is a really attractive attack. I don't normally like putting this unit up in such a risky position, but if I'm able to convert... If I can convert even a single one of these units to my side, that's a really big bonus. So the first few rounds on this are just going to be me trying to navigate these people to safety. The good news is if I can get them on a little bit of a wild goose chase, I get to set up sort of defensive positions. Okay, I'm going to do the most numerous units. So again, the reasoning behind that's mostly just I'm able to sort of maximize the damage that I do over like, so if I get a percent-based bonus on each individual unit that's in the sort of the that's affected by that status, it gives me it sort of maximizes the total damage that I'm doing as a result of that effect. It's not the smartest choice. If I want to focus down a target, I don't really want to be doing that, but in this case here, I'm trying to get as many pieces off the board as quickly as possible. So is there naval combat? This is the naval combat here. So it's a little subtle how this gets handled, and I should be reviewing what these things do. Okay, it's all just miserable. So all of these are sea-based units, as I'm sure you probably didn't need me to point out. Most of these units here are land-based units. So you can see they've got kinetic, biochemical, arc, thermal, psionic, and entropy weakness, and this is specifically because they're embarked. What you've got here. The unit is traveling on a water transport and is more vulnerable to attack. It also has -3 resistance to all damage and cannot use cover. So like this is the penalty of me using land units to attack sea units. But there's no good option for me in this particular scenario. I just kind of need to accept that it's going to be unpleasant for a while, and I want to try and minimize my losses if at all possible. It'll be really interesting to see what they try and do this turn, though. I don't even want to know what that egg does. Okay, I got lucky there. Now this is a little bit better for me because it looks like they might be peeling off, so I might be able to take on anything around this area. But again, that's assuming that my units are still standing. Ugh. I better hope nothing else is in range.
Operations ready.
Alright, that healer got very, very lucky. I'm actually going to pull him straight out, so my normal move would be to do a healing action, but I'm not sure that's what I want to do. We'll see units obliterate embarked units like Civilization. It's a little bit different. So, like, each of these are embarked units, right? They're not... So, like, if the unit dies, the unit dies. It's not like there's a transport that... that's carrying them. So there's like the idea of the unit being embarked. Like I didn't build any special, I didn't build any kind of a special carrier for them to be able to do this. I should just follow my original impression and focus on taking as many of these things down as possible. But I will admit the Steel Eaters are definitely a prize. Holy smokes. I don't do that much damage to these things. Okay, I need to get my plants to help. Oh, actually, let's find out what's going on with this Chalice egg. Something moves inside. Egg hatch. A Chalice egg will hatch next turn. If the egg is destroyed, there's a 50% chance it will still hatch. What? Oh my god, okay.
Enemy down.
I'm sure Mom will be really happy I just did that. But yeah, so to answer your question, a unit dying. So the way to think about this is a unit dying is a unit dying. It's not necessarily the fact that they're on a boat that's causing the negative effect. It's the fact that they were taken down in combat, and it just so happens that they get a bunch of penalties when embarked. Ooh, this is really grim. This is not a place I want this unit to be. But again, I can't sit and wait for them to just come and pick me apart, so. This is a hero unit. They tend to come back as long as I win the combat, so I'm gonna... Cool. Alright, so we're at a point now where I kind of want to bully the weak unit. Note, so this isn't necessarily what I would normally want to do, except that it's the most available. So Chalice Formation, it gets bonus armor for being beside one of its kind. But again, like, I don't have a lot of sort of immediate options in terms of how I'm going to solve this. Part of my goal right now is just to get as many pieces off the board as possible. And I have a small advantage in... Ooh. Yeah. I have a small advantage in having some flying units, but I don't think it's going to be enough to do the damage I need. See, this opens some interesting possibilities. The problem is that I think if I move this unit up like this, they're going to pile on. Well, I'm going to try and split the difference. Yeah, it's not enough damage to make it worthwhile. I don't remember if this counts as being embarked. Nope. That's good news. So again, I want to try and advance these people as much as possible. Ideally, I'd like to mind control the mother, but doing damage is a higher priority than anything else right now. Is it the one side of it? No, like, so, you definitely, like, the only thing about being embarked is that you get that penalty. Where's Whiskey Walker? I feel like you did a Q&A lecture on Nero's stream. I don't know who Nero is, but I have done a couple of Steam streams, like, for games being released. Also, sorry I missed you. Oh, sorry, where is Skywalker? Jesus Christ. I'm an hour later than I was before. But yeah, so unless Nero is a different name. Yeah, I don't think I know who that is. Anyways, yeah, sorry, let me catch up. And also, I saw the comments on tomatoes and whatnot. I'm just trying to crash land this difficult fight. Where else were we? Yeah. So, sorry, Midori Misha. I hope that answers it a little bit better. Effectively, combat is largely the same on sea and on land, but units that are not designed for the sea will get penalties. But there will never be a situation where you are helpless in water, like in some of these other styles of game. Uncle Craig, yeah, it's just unit, not unit plus carrier unit. What do the different ring colors mean when you're moving a unit? Is it where you can move and still fire? Yeah, so if you're talking about the different colors, basically you have 3 action points. So it's really key when you have something like a Huntress unit. So you'll notice that there's 3 little pips underneath the bow. So if I just stand and shoot, I get 3 attacks with that weapon. Other attacks will take up your whole turn, so you can't move and attack at the same time. And so those colors basically indicate, it's a little bit like XCOM. You know how when you do like a rushing move, it'll tell you, you know, you can move and shoot, and if you move beyond this point, I think it turns it like yellow or something like that. It'll tell you, okay, now you're dedicating everything to this move. It's a similar idea to that, except that in the case of this game, like it's saying here, if I move to any of these red areas, I'm going to exhaust my turn, and it means that I can't do my defensive mode here. You hate your neighbor's dog, you swear that thing barks like 18 hours a day. I used to have a neighbor that was singing quite literally 12 hours a day. I've never been happier to have Apple Music. Yeah, if you want to hear Kaylee's dogs, just watch one of her VODs, and your cats are noisy, but only to you. Oh, I did not know that thing could heal. That's what I get for not reading the descriptions. It also moved out of mind control space, so this is going to get creative. Alright, again, it's a hero unit, so they don't die forever if they go down. That's one of the reasons I moved them that aggressively. Regular units do go away forever, though, so... Oh, they are going to get munched. Oh, damn it! I didn't think they were gonna... And sorry, Cranky, I'm not 100% sure what you meant by the preemptive backseating thing. So this one's sort of out of position right now, and it does free up this other Huntress unit.
Enemy destroyed.
So now I get to stand and deliver on... Let's see, the flank is a nice bonus here. The other thing I can do is try and blind these. Actually, you know what? I think the blind is worth it. Nope! You haven't seen many... Well, one of the big reasons for that, Ego, is the sea battles give you a bunch of penalties if you don't have units that are specialized for sea. I think the end result of this move is going to be that I have utterly failed to take down any more units, and the retaliation is going to be pretty devastating. Alright, plant friend. You know what? We'll move the plant friend last. Yeah, so everyone's just shy of what I really need from them. I'll move the hero beside the explosive because I'm slightly more willing to... the alternative would be the Bio Blaster. That doesn't really do anything else. I could also try Sleep. Let's try it. Okay. Again, that's mostly about tempo. So now I get to focus down this other unit in the background. Not really. I've lost one unit which I wanted to avoid losing, but it was... Like, that unit was a spare unit. I've lost one hero, which again, I would rather not lose, but heroes come back at half health as long as you win the combat. What I'm a little worried about, though, is there's going to be 3 units that can focus down any one of these units here, so it's quite possible I'll lose a Huntress. basically, as a whole, I don't like losing units, and so anything that results in losses, I feel, is things going badly. But you know, this is not a particular hardship. I also haven't been taking advantage of my. Actually, you know what? This laser strike might. No. I could have actually, yeah, I could have done cleansing light on that, that unit. This I should have done a lot earlier. So this was smart because they're doing flanks on. Or sorry, not flank. They're in melee range for both of these units. All right, that really sucks because I wanted. Now I've lost 2 biomancers. Those are ones that I wanted to keep. Hang on, wasn't that thing asleep? Alright, so the ideal is to take out this unit so that this unit gets freed, but right now I have a chance to eliminate one of these targets, so I'll take that first. Looks like this does more damage, so I'm a little worried about the Overwatch, but... Okay, so the stagger was enough. Let's see what's available. Alright, so everybody's able to do something. Unfortunately, I'm still not able to... You know what, let's not get fancy. I've eliminated its ability to retaliate, so let's clean it up the proper way.
Enemy down.
Yeah, there probably is like an effect for damaging it. Again, it's completely my fault for not paying attention to that sort of stuff. I just feel like a dummy when it happens. Alright, so now we get to kind of mop up. I do need to make a new Biomancer, though, because I could afford to lose 1, can't afford to lose 2, which is exactly what I did. I mean, I could try and redo the combat, but I don't think anybody benefits from having to see that again. And I am trying to get past the habit of, like, redoing combat until I win.
Our forces are victorious.
Yeah, so if I'd lost the Huntress, that wouldn't have been as bad, but losing 2 Biomancers is not great. We did, however, secure the the Cosmate, though, so... I think I'm going to leave that be. Alright, let's see what the next turn... Oh, hang on.
Production ready.
Alright, Oven Will. If I can't build a Tyrannosaurus, which I can't, then we're going to build energy.
Production ready.
Yeah, same story.
Production ready.
I actually probably need to be thinking a little bit about... I probably need to be thinking a little bit about where I'm going to be building my high quality units. I would be getting some bonuses if I cleared out these areas, but whether or not I actually have the time and forces to do so. Also, I need to remember that in 6 turns they're going to expect me to have cleared out this this threat, so Yeah, I mean, so I didn't even notice that Fast Worshipper, but you're right. I've seen those things in combat before. I think I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom for a minute. So I'm not gonna be streaming that much longer, but I'll try and I'll try and at least make a toehold on the Kiriko territory before calling it a night. What was I gonna say? So I don't mind doing that, especially when I'm in a what I think is an interesting position, and it's a chance for me to learn how certain weapons, like what their effects are. The problem that I noticed was that the last few Age of Wonders Planetfall streams, and it seemed to be specifically the Amazon, I would like be saving it at the start of the combat, and as soon as I lost a unit, I would be resetting. And I think the problem about that is that it sets me up for this. So at the strategic layer, it effectively means that every time I go into combat, I am going to have a full army, and it's always going to be gaining experience. And one, it makes the progress go slower, but number two, it also gives me a very unrealistic expectation about what my demands are going to be. So there's definitely a benefit to sort of playing around a little bit with different strategies and seeing how things work. I actually get a lot of value out of that. But one of the things I've been trying to do this time around is make it so that, you know, if the AI loses a unit, then I'm going to go onto the battlefield and see if I can do better. And if I wind up losing a unit, unless it's just something like really foolish or there's a mechanic that I really didn't understand, and I feel like I would have behaved differently if I had understood it better, I've been trying to sort of take my losses. But anyways, New Orleans. That's a good question. I've said it. I think I've said it both ways, actually, but I actually don't frequently say New Orleans or... Oh, wait, there's New Orleans? I've never heard New Orleans. Oh, I think I know. New Orleans? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, that's weird. When people ask me the pronunciation of things, I completely lose my mind. Anyways, I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in just a moment. I have a YouTube channel, but they're really just archives of these live broadcasts with a couple of exceptions. But I'll be back in a sec. Ha, joke's on you guys. I actually just have a Coke bottle underneath the desk. All right. Thank you for waiting, those of you who were... Sorry, I gotta tab out for a quick second. Cool. All right. Proposal. 70 energy for 10 cosmite. My accountants tell me that this trade is highly in your favor, but I would lie if I said it wasn't mutually beneficial. It says it's a fair deal for me. I do need the energy, so I must decline. I feel bad, but... but yeah, Sunny Sun Sun. So I do have a couple of things that are dedicated on YouTube. I'd love to do more time on YouTube, but the big problem that I run into is that the time that I spend, like, so when I do a live broadcast, I'm gonna get like 3 hours of content. In this case, 4 hours. Now the catch is that doesn't mean that it's like 4 good hours, but like the ratio of stuff that I'm like creating to the stuff that I'll be putting on YouTube is 1-to-1. And the problem with YouTube is that I could spend 3 hours and wind up with 15 minutes of content. So it's something I'd actually like to do more of. And definitely on certain games, like it'll be, the reaction will tend to be quite positive, and I generally feel like it's a worthwhile enterprise to support that sort of stuff. But the biggest problem that I have is that as far as kind of the ratio of time spent to payoff, YouTube is one of my lesser options.
Operations primed and ready. Happiness event in colony. Production ready.
All right. So I can definitely afford a Pteranodon now. The question is, do I have any advantages? So I feel like Goifendel gets like a nice bonus because of its because of one of its improvements. Right, the Imperial Training Center. Problem is that they don't have any excuse me. They don't really have any available slots. Oh, sorry, Sun. All right. Oh, and Bast Worshipper, I think your message got cut off. I see all right eye, and then... and then silence. All right, you know what? I don't need to make this any more complicated than it needs to be, so we'll put Pteranodon in the capital. As far as resources are concerned, I eventually need to get a team up to clear out this industrial area. I also need to be a little careful in terms of... So my expansion... I'm gaining this, so 1, 2... I should probably see if I can claim this. Alright, let's end the turn and see where it goes. All right, that's almost certainly Kirko. You're gonna crash? Sorry. No. Thanks for saying that, Vast Worshipper. So, again, I need to be clear. I definitely don't like backseating, and one of the reasons why I react the way that I do is that it's something that happens very frequently on the channel, and it definitely drags stuff down for me. But one of the particular reasons, which may not have been clear to you at the time, and so I want to take the time to clarify, I had just said that to someone else, and so I'm appreciating that from your side it was probably very different, but for me it was quite literally I had just said not to do that, and then the very next thing I read in chat, not seconds after saying it, was your message. And that was like, that was very clearly a moment for me where it's like, I can't win. Like, there's nothing I can do to fix this. So obviously, if that wasn't your intention, that's just really bad luck. And clearly I'm sorry if you feel singled out. But, again, I don't really want to make it to be any more of a big deal than it was. So I appreciate you saying that, but again, the only reason I am expanding on it is to just make sure I can clarify for you. I don't feel like you need to keep apologizing for it. But I hope you have a good evening. I agree, Sunny Sunsun. I think I don't want to spend too much time on the issue because it's sort of already been dealt with. The biggest challenge I run into is that it is the standard reaction on any given channel is that it's not acceptable. There are now tags for people who are okay with it. And there are the biggest thing that I notice is that large channels don't have the problems that smaller channels do. And so consciously or unconsciously, I think there's an understanding that smaller channels are really, quote unquote, desperate for the views. And that is definitely not a behavior that I want to encourage. There's a whole other set of things, like, it's kind of taking away the creator's ability or the broadcaster's ability to create content. I think it carries very unhelpful assumptions that games are only enjoyable when you're winning them or when you're playing them perfectly. But the biggest problem that I run into is just the fact that when you look at the aggregate, like, large channels don't need to give warnings. They don't need to really worry about those issues. Just people are silenced. And so I really get this impression that people are trying to encroach a bit on the fact that people want to, quote unquote, make it on Twitch. I think people need to have a little more...
Operations primed and ready.
Frankly, I think people need to have a little more respect for themselves and say, if they don't want to be told, if they want to be told how to play the game, they will communicate it, and that at the very least, people should be checking to see if it's okay before they just come in and tell people how to do it. But yeah, like I said, I don't want to make a big deal about it. I am speaking about it because it has come up in chat as opposed to me wanting to flog the issue again. But we're good, Bast Worshipper. I thank you for taking it well, because that's not always what happens. And I mean, in the end, like, the biggest thing is that if people will only enjoy the stream by being able to tell the streamer what to do, this is not the right place for them. I wish I could be more accommodating. I wish more people would enjoy the stream. But I get frustrated when it happens. And the majority of people who come to the stream regularly do not like watching me play games when I get frustrated. So it's the
production ready.
It's, the decision that I've made, and as far as I'm concerned, it's my... Look, I'll be honest, Twitch really creates an incentive for people to treat it as like their own little fiefdom where everybody has to say that they're awesome. I don't like that. I don't feel that that behavior should be encouraged. But I do think that people need to be able to say, this is what we're doing. These are the rules, and if people can't abide by them, there's just other streams out there. Yeah, everybody says that. The thing is that I've modded for more than one channel, and when you put a rule down, all that encourages is people to then get into an argument with you about how what they were doing really wasn't backseating, or how that really wasn't against the rules. I think the fact of the matter is that people should not be assuming that it's okay to backseat in any stream. It should be people opt into backseating, not people have to be clear on that. I think it's just like spoilers. I think the better assumption is that people don't want to be told how to play a game, and at the very least, people should be asking whether or not that's okay. Yeah, Uncle Craig. I mean, the biggest... So if you guys want to know the absolute breaking point for me on this, I was doing Crusader Kings 2. I was actually at the point where I could not rely on there being anyone in chat for an entire stream. So definitely a time where I could have used the viewers. And someone told me to do something in Crusader Kings that I didn't think would work. But I said, for the sake of learning, let's give it a try. I did the thing. That's ridiculous. I gave it a try, didn't work, and I said as much. It's like, okay, I don't think that's going to work, but we'll, let's give it a try. We'll see if it works. Thing didn't work. I'm like, okay, yeah, so, this terrain gives a big bonus, and you can't rely on the fact that your number's a little bit higher to be able to take the day. And the guy got mad at me because his stupid idea didn't work. So that tells me that people who want to tell you how to play games have absolutely no interest as to whether or not you're gonna do it, right or wrong. They have no interest in, whether or not, they're not going to take any responsibility for their suggestions. And I like learning games. I don't think games are better when you're always winning. And so, if that's going to be the response from someone who I followed everything that they wanted to do in the name of trying to retain their view, that's just an audience that is not worth pursuing, in my view. You'd enjoy the stream more than half the time you're paying no attention to the game for whatever. I'm not sure that's any better from your perspective, though. Sorry, Sunny Sun. I'll try and answer the questions. There's a lot more activity in chat than I'm used to. Intention does matter, right? Like, if somebody is making a mistake, there's limits to that, right? Like, there's a certain point where, a behavior can become disruptive, and it doesn't necessarily matter that people had the best of intentions. It gets to a point where, the negative effects are making it too hard to deal with. I'll put it to you this: if somebody said, if somebody is born in a racist household and says racist stuff, and they genuinely do not know any better, and they're saying, words that you just can't say in a public forum, they don't necessarily have bad intentions, right? It may be a case where they legitimately don't know any better. But there's only so many times that you can see that sort of stuff being said in chat before you say, this is more trouble than it's worth. Now, clearly, backseat gaming is not racism. There's a proportionality. But but yeah, like if so, like part of it is the question of like what's going to happen in the future. There are definitely people who, like I kind of know when they come into chat, it is entirely possible that I am going to wind up very frustrated very quickly. Like, and I kind of have to steel myself, and I feel bad about that because it means that I'm not focusing on the game anymore. I'm just waiting for like the shoe to drop. But like I don't want to be a tyrant about the thing either, right? Like I don't want to make it so that I think somebody's, you know, at risk, and so I'm going to mute them or whatever. It's a tricky problem. But as a whole, like one of my lines, I very rarely ban people. Even, I mean, I might as well put a name to it. This one, like GNR/. As it turns out, like I had said that they'd asked a question, and that was sort of me getting into. I dealt with it in the stream afterwards. Like that was me getting into sort of like verbal shorthand mode. I was trying to say something. And what it made me, well, like what I did, without ill intent, but I completely did it, was I mischaracterized the situation. And I apologized for it, you know, on the stream following, but I also directly messaged them saying that. Now, the fact of the matter is the conversation afterwards kind of revealed to me exactly what I thought, which was this is a person who is a lot more concerned about whether or not they had power in the exchange. Everything they said afterwards indicated that they just wanted, effectively what they were looking for was this groveling apology for a situation when, in the end, while I made that mistake in terms of what I said, they were the one to bring back something that I did not want to be, like I didn't want to reopen on the chat. And I'll be honest with you, like I'm not really sorry that they're not coming back. And, you know, while we're talking about it, yes, they were someone who, when I saw them come into the channel, this was definitely like, I'm probably going to wind up frustrated on this cast. Now, if you're now sitting down wondering, oh God, does he think that way about me? Chances are, if you think that, I don't. Because I tend to notice people who are, you know, conscious enough about it tend not to, like, there's just a certain degree of empathy there that I think people, this is the wrong unit. I wanted them to heal the, all right. Well, it turned out in the end. So, like, please do not take that and now say, "Oh God, am I one of these people who's like secretly on the I hate them list or something like that?" That's not a really healthy way of looking at it. But yeah, like this is the fact of the matter. Like, it comes down to. Yeah, well, I mean, there can be too much chat as well. But yeah, like intentions matter quite a bit. Like I said, so the reason why I'm not sorry to see GNR/ not come back is that if they want to feel like I have to beg them to be around at a time when their contributions tended to be ones that bordered on very frustrating to deal with, but not bad enough that I wanted to take time out of the stream to explain to them why it was a problem. Seeing the kind of behavior that I kind of suspected was going to be there all along, that's a really fast way for me to say it's just not worth it. If somebody's coming in and they think they're being helpful and like they don't know any better, like that's not going to be a sign of future behavior. Like chances are there's not going to be another problem when, you know, in the future. And like I said, I mean, Twitch definitely wants, or maybe not wants, but definitely creates an environment where streamers kind of think like they're king of their castle, and that can lead to some really like crappy behavior, which I definitely want to hold myself to a higher standard for. But that does carry with it that I have my limits in terms of what I think is acceptable. And I think that's different from just saying that, everybody needs to agree with me at all times and say I'm good at video games and, whatever. But yeah, so like when you say, you don't think it makes a difference, it really does. Like it's the difference between someone saying, look, I know better. This is my stream now, and I'm going to tell you what you need to do. And someone, being a part of a community and part of a stream. And I think there's a very noticeable difference between it. So anyways, that was longer than that needed to be. And I hope that like gets everyone off the ledge in terms of everything. Sunny Sunsun is actually kind of hard for me to remember. I think it's been 4 years, 3 or 4 years, maybe 5 now. But yeah, I've been doing this a couple years. And I do... okay, so if I sound educated because of my speech patterns, that is because my mom had cancer and we needed to go to Vancouver for treatment very frequently. And my dad really liked British comedies. And in particular, he liked this one called Yes Minister, and there's a character in it called Sir Humphrey Appleby, who uses just this very Baroque way of speaking. Like he's a really educated civil servant. And again, I'm hearing this stuff when I'm a kid. And so what this has done is it's cursed me with a vocabulary, which it's really kind of you to say that, Sunny Sunsun. Because a lot of people take this as me being very elitist and just trying to show off my erudition or something like that. And it's really not. Like, this is the way I talk. The Eyes of Sin has had the misfortune of having to listen to me in like private conversation. So she knows that like this is not me putting on airs for the stream. Like I'm branded on the tongue. So now as it is, like I do have a bit of education as well. So I'm it would be disingenuous for me to say, oh yeah, I'm just some dummy. Like I have also I've been fortunate enough to have some some university. But it's tricky, right? I do want to be able to communicate to people, and sometimes using highfalutin language isn't always the best way to do it. But it is also part of my personality, so that sometimes is why you hear the things that you hear. You've never had a conversation with me where you haven't had to Google a word? I feel so bad about that, Cranky. I'm sorry. Anyway, so sorry, there were questions about how long I was a streamer. Right. Oh, yeah. And then there was the question of how long. I think I answered how long I've been doing this. Yeah, I don't know. Like everybody kind of brings a little bit of themselves out of the. Obviously, I've kind of abandoned talking about the game, but I think everybody brings a little bit of themselves into the games that they play. I really enjoy playing strategy games, and I feel like the ability to sort of talk my way through the decisions that I'm making. I think what that does is that kind of. It keeps me honest, because if I say I think X is going to happen and it turns out it's actually Y, I need to I own that decision. I'm going to have to, there's no way that I can pretend that what happened on stream didn't happen. Now, there's actually a problem with that, is that sometimes I get really into the game and I don't say what it was, and then I realize after the fact when I said, yeah, so that turned out the way that I thought, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I didn't actually say on chat, so I sometimes wonder if people think that I'm trying to take credit for something that I, like, in my head I knew I thought was going to happen, but I didn't actually verbalize the way I do on some of the other ones. But so far nobody's called me out on it. Maybe because they're afraid that I'm a stream tyrant, as Midori Musa said. System Chalk is the leader. The leader is good. The leader cannot be wrong. The leader knows all. People tend to be intimidated by people with a vocabulary like mine. You know, actually, it's kind of funny. I'm not ready to talk about this project, but I've had this thing that I've been sitting on for a while, and I need to learn a set of skills that'll allow me to sort of make the most of what I want to do. But I actually have a couple of things that I'm working on that I would like to turn into a more long-standing project. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it, but I've got a couple of things that I'd like to turn into a just a fun little side project to, you know what? I think if I ditch the aerial unit, so we can combine these, and then we'll take out one of the huntresses, and then we get the biomancer, and we can add them to this this scary unit. But yeah, it is a little bit of something about speech and some of the stuff that I learned. A set of skills that make me a nightmare for people. No, I wish I had that set of skills too, but I am not nearly as cool as that. I think I'm just gonna keep. No, you know what? I should bring out at least one Bombardon, but I think I'm gonna keep cranking out heavy units to augment my my forces. All right. Unfortunately, I don't have anything left for you Valen to be developing, so in this case, let's stockpile some energy.
Operations primed and ready.
I could cancel some of these monitors, but I don't think that's the right call right now. I think we'll turn over and see. Like, this could be a pretty devastating army that's coming towards me. But when you say you'll be educated soon, Sunny, Sun, are you heading to university soon, or is that are you just reading lots of books? Both are good, by the way. Before I went to university, I was working in film, and I didn't exactly have
production ready.
High school grades to be proud of. All right, I've got 2 sectors, so Gonjo Rivers gets industry, and diplomacy. Glenn has to get food. But yeah, one of the things that
event in colony
really primed me for my university experience was my music player died, and in sheer desperation I went and got a library card, and I wound up reading a bunch of stuff that was really cool, and it wound up informing. In fact, Cranky can appreciate this because a lot of it was ancient Greek and Roman works. So I really liked the myths, and being able to engage with that kind of got me back into reading. And so, when I finally went to school, there was some very fertile ground. You're going to be immersed starting school in the fall. Excellent. We definitely need more. This will be interesting. I wonder if they're going to go for the fight. This is going to be a huge battle if they do. Oh yeah, they're totally going for it. And they've got me in the weakest possible position. An impossible battle. Holy crap. I've never actually had to deal with something like this before. And I'm at the 5-hour mark. I am so sorry to do this to you guys. Okay. this is stupid of me if I don't deliver. I'll do kind of a suicide run on it. Honestly, I think I'm gonna. I feel bad doing this, but I think I'm actually gonna pull the save back a turn so that I don't get swamped like that. I didn't actually think that they had the range that they did, but it is gonna be fun to see how I can try and get myself out of this. So let's think about what I fear the most. Lots of aerial. Maybe if we just go hard on the north here, we might be able to maneuver our way through the problem. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I'll admit it's going to be pretty corny of me to, to say I'm going to rewind the turn because the AI played better than me. But I had no idea that they had the kind of ability that they did. I definitely knew that there were units in the area. I didn't quite appreciate the strength that I would be up against. But I also kind of feel bad about having to face down, something twice my strength and then just saying, oh, well, look at the time, guys. So let's see if we can get some sort of... I'll see if I can make them pay for coming after me. I'm obviously opening myself up for some nasty air versus air attacks here, but part of it is just to get them in a spot where they're accessible to my ranged units. As it happens, this is like they picked the right spot to target me, because if you look at the units that can take on air, 1, 2, 3, sort of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I got the Bs as well. Everything else is kind of like, and most of these ones, it's sort of like it's like they can on paper, but they're not very good at taking on air units. So this is almost like an army that's custom designed to take out these units. Yeah, I mean, the difference is that because I'm in position for them to move their entire army in a point where they're able to surround me, if I hold back, they're not going to be able to get the same positioning. So it's still going to be an ugly battle at some point, but I'm not going to be so far ahead that... Because like the last time that I was that distance, the AI didn't pursue me and I had a weaker army. So I kind of had a bad set of assumptions. And again, like if this was a multiplayer game, I'd have to suck it up and the other guy would be laughing at me. But this is the beauty of playing single player games. If you feel like you're going to be running into a situation where things are too tough, you can move back and say, okay, what could I have done differently, and learn from it. This is why Iron Man is sometimes hard to learn on, because if you play on Iron Man, then basically every time you wind up in a situation where you need to learn something new, if you don't make the perfect decision right away, then all of the stuff that everything that you've done potentially gets erased and you have to start over. So you get very good at the early stages, but when you get to the later stages, you wind up running into things that you've never experienced before. Sometimes that can be really rewarding because it keeps the game very fresh. But in other ways, you can wind up in these situations where you develop a play style and a strategy that works very well early on in the game, but you fail to appreciate what damage that does to you later on. And so, that's kind of where I'm at with Age of Wonders Planetfall right now, is that I very clearly haven't learned my lesson on large armies. And if you look at it, right, I think it was the Devar was the last time we had large armies. And similarly, I needed to, I think I needed a couple of resets on that one too. So again, part of this is just an opportunity for me to learn. Yeah, I mean, all of the decisions that I've made about underinvesting in my army, those are really, really far in the past. So I'm clearly not going to be able to. To overcome those, nor do I really want to. So in this case, I want to try and take out sort of the offensive units first. I'm also being a little conscious of the fact that these reinforcements are already on top of me. Ooh. I will confess I was hoping for a little bit more. Oh, I screwed up. That's fine. I'm 2 hours past where I would have. When will there be sub-badges? Oh, that's a good question. I have commissioned some more emotes from the Eyes of Sin, and they will be making an appearance sooner rather than later. But as far as badges are concerned, I haven't actually put a lot of thought into that. I think it's because there's a really good art style for the badges I've got right now. Man, that beetle move really put me in a tough spot. Okay, well, I won't mope about where I'm at now. I need to... think about how I'm going to make the most of my current situation. Yeah, I'd say with the emotes, there's kind of a consistent style to those. With the sub-badges, I kind of need to think of something that will be kind of complementary to the emote style that we've got here. So I'm probably gonna need to have a good long think about how I want to do that. Also, I suspect that Eyes of Sin is getting a little busy. Well, that gives me a good reason to do them. But yeah, I'll admit, Sunny Sunshine, like we've been talking a little bit about some of the bad habits that Twitch rewards. I have every incentive in the world to tell you, oh yeah, sub emotes right around the corner, right? But I must confess, I'm not entirely certain when I'm going to be able to get those done. But I will. I'm also looking forward to being able to shout it from the rooftops when they are ready. So. I know Eyes of Sin. I'm definitely eager to give her more work. So here I'm just trying to maximize damage. Unfortunately, the flank is going to be absolutely brutal next turn. I'm also feeling quite tired. You'll do it for you in a 5-pack of sour gummy worms. So it's the net for me is negative 250 because I have to give half of the sub money to Twitch. Also, do sour gummies cost $5? So, one thing that interests me about this is how long it's taking all of these other units to get involved. So I feel like there is a world where, especially with some smart use of some tactical operations, that there's a way where we take that hill and I have enough defenses set up that I'm going to be able to pick them off one by one. I don't think that's this world here, because again, they picked probably the most land unit heavy, like land melee unit heavy forces and surrounded them with flying units. So like this was pretty much tailored to ruining my day here. Oh, you'll make the badge for me. Gotcha. But yeah, we'll do one more round of this just to see where it goes, because there's a couple of things that I messed up on. Amazon are in the way, but I want them to do as much damage as possible. It's a lot of attention for a small unit like that.
Enemy annihilated.
So in a perfect world, I'd be able to charge this guy. I need to be able to get some kind of a stagger on this to stop the heals. Oh, this'll work. So now this worker bee is vulnerable. So again, the aim is to try and get away from the threats. But as you can see, we're definitely in a very tricky spot.
Enemy down.
Oh, I thought he was going to move for a physical attack. That complicates things. Jesus Christ. All right. This is grim. Oh wow, that wasn't enough to finish the job. This is not normally what I'd use it for, but
Enemy down.
like I said, we're kind of just seeing how much I can get out of this. So one of the reasons I ignored these worker bees is that they tend to heal. So basically any damage that I do to them... Hey! Thank you very much for that very generous 1,000 bits.
Unit down.
I'm trying to remember the last time that I had a bit donation
Be at
like that.
peace.
There's your first badge. Oh, the Isaacin, I think Midori Musha said that they would make sub badges for the channel for $5 and a pack of sour gummy worms. Nice. Not to, I'm not going to imply anything about your own virtues, Midori Musha, but I should also add that the Eyes of Sin is a very attractive woman. So, you know, now I have an incentive to make sure that I keep on her good side, because, you know, she's just got these very nice big eyes that just sort of look and say, "What do you mean? I'm not doing your sub badges?" Are you saying to send attendees to me because I just made a very neckbeardish comment?
Enemy down.
All right. Again, this is definitely sort of an end of the stream. Let's just see where this madness goes. Scenario. Although, I can try a couple of things. More soldier bees. You want to split the gummy worms? Wait, I'm real? Sorry, I'm real. Like the Eyes of Sin is real, or I am indeed a real person, but I don't think that's what you meant.
Enemy destroyed.
Maybe I'll get away with it, hopefully.
Enemy
wow,
eliminated.
35% chance. I'll take it. Alright, so I gotta find a way of stunning this guy. I kind of think I've run out of options. So, like, the best I can really hope for right now is to... Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, the best I can really hope for is to just blast through this guy's damage with the units that attack, so... Yeah, I need to be up early too, Kaylee Cakes. I actually feel like a complete goof for still being up right now, but... Especially because I got cranky. I really didn't want to end on that note, so I kind of forced myself to keep going. But guys, if you do like this channel, please do check out Kaylee
Enemy
Cakes.
annihilated.
She is a really friendly, a really nice streamer, and definitely somebody who is worthy of your support. Oh, now the melee units are coming in. This is the scary time.
Unit has fallen. I'm
really curious what I'm real meant. Sorry, Sun, could you, Sunny Sun, could you clarify what you meant by the "wait, you're real" comment? Or maybe that wasn't directed to me, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing that. And Canada is a communist theocracy. Communist theocracy sounds like something I need to make in Stellaris. So another thing I need to keep in mind is my energy reserves, because if I'm going to be doing a big invasion of their land, I need to actually have the money to finance attacks. That's kind of the value of actually playing this stuff through to the... Like, even though I know I'm not necessarily going to win and I'm going to rewind all of this later, this is definitely giving me an idea about what I need to be thinking of moving on. This is one thing I'm really not sure how Triumph fixes this, but when the map gets like this, especially with aerial units, it's really hard to figure out what's going on.
Enemy killed.
It's a 58% chance.
Enemy destroyed.
Okay, so that's good. The melee overwatch is cancelled, which frees up my Huntress to go bee hunting, or... No, you know what? We'll take out the vicious Kirko. Alright, so I gotta move her back one. There's a reason why I'm doing it this way, because this thing should be getting some health for killing that
Enemy
unit.
annihilated.
Yep. That's exactly what I wanted to have happen. Alright, so, and a really important thing about this stage, so like notice where all the different units are, right? One of the really important things for me to be doing right now is determining exactly where the attacks are going to be coming from and who I can lock down with certain attacks. So in this case here, I think I'm actually just going to try and straight up remove this guy rather than fix him in place. Oh, that sucks. Alright, that's a little different from what I was thinking would happen, but that's fine, we'll still be able to take him out.
Enemy destroyed.
And then I guess it's the Biomancer who's left. So, if I want to avoid physical attacks, I can try and sleep this unit. I could also try and heal stuff. But yeah, I think we go down fighting. Whatever happens, the engulfers are going to have a field day. So I don't have much as far as melees left on that
Unit
side,
down.
but it did buy us a bit of time to have the archers rain death.
Unit down.
Ooh, I didn't think. Wow, I did not think the gunk thrower was that tough. Presumably, if they want, they can still do some kind of a. They can still try and do some kind of a tactical operation. I probably will have tilted, shown my hand as far as my inability to use these, because presumably I would have used them by now if I could. But this is basically the point where we get wiped out. we almost got to a point where the... Well, you know what? There's a couple things that I can... I gotta find a way of getting the... Gotta find a way of getting rid of these things. And ideally with... this is tricky. Ah. Damn it. So the problem here is that I need to kill this melee unit before it rips apart my guys. And I also need to take down as many of the bees as possible. And the funny thing is that these things can eliminate bees in like single shots, but because both of them have been engaged in melee by... Oh, now this is interesting. I didn't even notice that I was staggered here, so I'm actually not able to do that anyway. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'll provoke the Overwatch. Oh, more than one. Jesus Christ. That wasn't worth it. Again, this is what happens when it gets so crowded like this.
Enemy killed.
Alright, Midori, Yusha. It's not... Retreating is not an option if you are attacked. If you are the attacker, it is. But if you were not the one to initiate, you have to defend yourself. Well, it's nice that I got that crit. I'm not sure it'll make all the difference. Well, hang on. Let's not be too hasty.
Enemy annihilated.
So I will admit I'm a little surprised that we were actually able to take out all of the ground forces.
Enemy eliminated.
I mean, as far as a last stand is concerned, like, we lose a hero, we lose some of the supplemental forces, but like, look at how much they've lost to be able to take this. They're gonna have, what are we looking at? 2 soldier bees. Sorry, 3 soldier bees. 3 engulfers. Yeah, I mean, again, I'll probably not save... I probably don't want to, like, keep the position like this, but this is,
Unit down.
I think this is definitely a lot more damage than what they should have been walking away with.
Unit down.
So because this guy got hit with remorse, everybody should be focusing on this. Oh, nope. That's a really good deal that they've got there, being able to erase the remorse like that. So this, again, if this were about... If I were to be playing this to the end, the priority here would be to eliminate as many targets as possible, not just damage them, but make sure that they're completely taken off the map.
Enemy destroyed.
All right, I really didn't need that graze right now.
Enemy down.
Being able to get a positional advantage like that, Ed Baver, in my view, in this game, makes all the difference. That is normally the thing that will... Oops. That's normally the thing that's going to save you. I think, like I said, if we could have gotten up on this hill a little bit sooner, I don't know if we would have been able to turn it around, but we definitely would have taken a lot more off of them. And I think given how close it is, who knows, we might have even been able to... I mean, honestly, looking at this, I am not entirely convinced that... this is a winnable fight, but it's definitely really interesting to see. I wonder if she's going to survive. Drat. I was hoping to do Filled with Despair to try and recover some of the health. All right, so we basically got to see who we can take out. I could, of course, try something like a blinding, but that's going to delay the inevitable, and I need to go to bed. One side effect that I wasn't expecting from Remorse was how much effort the AI takes to get rid of it. So yeah, I mean, if you look at it here, oh wow, apparently we get a pustule out of that. So it's in reality 3 armies, effectively 2 that took on 4, and they are left with enough for 1 full army. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So 2 soldier bees, 2 transcendent, I think they're called. Yeah, and 2 engulfers, which again, they are admittedly some of their better units, right? I lost my scouting unit and my slush unit. And there's more. Oh no, that pustule's for them. Okay. So yeah, I'm in a real bind off of that. Crusa may have been misguided before, but I believe that her heart was pure. We should give her an appropriate burial so that she may rejoin Mother Nature. So again, sorry to do it this way, but I think I'm going to need to think. I mean, it's very clear. You know what? I think this is still going to be the same problem. I think it's fairly clear I am not prepared for... it's pretty clear I'm not prepared for this engagement. I think I'm going to say we'll save here. So I'm sort of forcing myself to be in the tough spot doing this. I know that definitely the force is much stronger than I'm able to deal with. So that gives me pause. But I feel like I'm not quite going to be locked into just a complete murder fest. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously I feel like this stream would have been better if I went an hour shorter. But Age of Wonders Planetfall is a really good game, and it's very enjoyable. More like an hour and a half. I will admit, I was kind of hoping we would wrap up the Amazon here, but it's clear because I've let the Kiriko grow so strong, and it seems like my ally hasn't really been pulling their weight as far as the war goes. It's entirely possible we will have several turns worth of of sort of building up our forces to be able to deal with the Kirko. And the problem with that is the Kirko will also be able to take their time to build their own forces. So it's going to be tough. I'm not 100% sure when I'm going to be back to Age of Wonders Planetfall. I didn't think I was going to be doing this today, but I changed my mind, and I'm glad I did. Friday will probably be something new, totally new, like not as in returning to something we played previously. I'm always very tempted to do more. I'm always tempted to do more Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, so that's always an outside chance. But one of the things that I'm trying to do right now, because the Epic sale is going on, the basically being able to, what's the best way for me to put this? Being able to show some of the stuff that I think is getting underreported for the Epic sale would be good. So I think Journey to the Savage Planet is a really fun and interesting game, and I've not heard anybody talk about it. And after the sale, like the discount that Epic gives, I actually think that's a very affordable game. But that'll be something I deal with on Friday. As far as the rest of it goes, this weekend I'll be recording another Morrowind episode. Something special's happening on Tuesday. I might have to cancel the Morrowind stream because I'll be doing something else. I'll see if I can announce that soonish. Actually, I also need to talk to work about getting the time off. But I'll get that dealt with. But yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, normal stream days. Tuesdays is normally a pre-recorded video. If I do any other extra casts, I'll say that on Twitter. And OTDQ is currently streaming a game called Spirit of the North. I don't know if he's speedrunning it or just streaming it, but he is a really cool guy. He's also involved in game development. So he is one of the co-founders of a company called Power Up Audio. You may have seen its logo on a lot of games that you really enjoy. This will include Industries of Titan, Sword of the Stars, The Pit, Crypt of the Necrodancer, lots of really good stuff. So OTDQ is a really neat guy. I really like watching some of his speed runs and stuff like that. So I'd love it if you guys can come along, treat him well, and until next time, I hope you guys have a good evening. We'll see you then. Oh, that's right. I got to wait for the counter to go down. So he also has a nice beard. So if you like beards, you can see that. I don't know. He's a really friendly guy, so I recommend you guys hang out for that.